Our entrepreneurs overseas focus mainly on the Filipino market and do not go mainstream. Another example, I just learned from our consulate in Hong Kong. A few years ago, Jollibee entered the Hong Kong market. I just learned from our consulate was not terribly successful. A few years ago, Jollibee entered the Filipino market. I just learned from our consulate was not terribly successful. They came back with a strategy to appeal the Filipino mainstream market with Hong Kong. A few years later, sounding ambassador with a strategy to appeal distinguished members of the mainstream market with Hong Kong. I continue my later sounding ambassador with a strategy to appeal distinguished members of the mainstream market with
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
before we proceed with other resource persons, allow us to acknowledge guests, Mr. Chairman, and additional resource persons. Before we proceed with other resource, the Honorable Margarito Galvez, former Secretary of Finance, Mr. Before we proceed with other resource, the Honorable Margarito Galvez. We also have former Chairman, Mr. Deliberasyon, President of the Foundation for Economic Freedom. And we also have with us Assistant Secretary of the Consulate of the Foundation for Economic Freedom. And we also have with us Assistant Secretary of the Consulate of the
House of
Foundation for Economic
Representatives, Florida.
And we also have Mr. Chairman, we move that we recognize Mr. Miguel Valdez, Deputy Chairperson, Institute for National Studies. We also have Mr. Chairman, we move that we recognize Mr. Miguel
The
Valdez,
chair would like to recognize Mr. Deputy Chairperson. The chair would like to recognize Mr. Deputy Chairperson.
I'd like to request the staff to flash my presentation that I have sent to the email. I'd like to request the staff to flash my presentation that I have sent to the email. I'd like to request the staff to flash my presentation.
Mr. Valdez.
I'd like to request the staff to flash my presentation.
Mr. Valdez. Mr. Valdez, is your slide presentation. Please proceed. Mr. Valdez,
So magandang araw po. Ako po pala si Miguel Valdez mula sa Institute for National Studies. Isa po kaming youth research organization. Magandang araw po. Ako bilang sa Miguel Valdez mula sa Oriented for National Studies. Mass-oriented po kaming youth research organization. Magandang araw po. Interest na nakakarami at mass-oriented na binabatay namin ang mga inatin po kaming youth based on research for evidence na nakakarami. So for today, binabatay namin ang mga research namin na based on research for evidence magiging implications natin sa edukasyon namin na share ko na lang din po ang pangalan po para sa amin na makapagsalita at makapagsalita ng perspektiba ng kabataang estudyante ng sektor ng edukasyon at mga mananaliksik. So sige po, bago tayo tumuro sa usapin ng chapter ng magiging epekto sa edukasyon bilang solusyon, sige po, may siguro ang simulan muna natin ano ba ang kalagayan ng edukasyon at mula doon ang kating natin ano ba ang mga ugat siguro ang simulan muna kung bakit ang mga ganito ang mga problema niya at mula doon titignan natin kung tsa ba ang sagot tsa ba ang mga so basically meron tayong hypothesis mula doon tsa na natin would be tsa ba would improve the result of our education and then we'll nail down their ano bang situation from there tignan natin if the hypothesis is the result so sige po next slide so tignan lang natin how accessible education is so based on updates from PSA makita natin na pababa ang education attainment ng mga tao through each education stage makita natin na 75% lang isang elementary graduate and around 50% ay high school graduate tapos bababa siya ng 30% lang and around 50% graduate high school tapos tignan natin kung bababa siya next slide po 30% batay naman po sa APIS tapos tignan natin most of the reasons are economic reasons batay naman po sa 80% or kaya 1 out of 5 ang sinasabi nila ay 80% high cost of education or financial concerns tapos 25% naman ay employment Sige po, next slide po. High cost of education. Maraming nakikita natin yung sitwasyon na relatively or absolutely or objectively inaccessible po ang ating education. Tignan naman natin ang quality. Makikita natin na there is a decline in math scores mula po 2014 and 2015 papuntang 2018. So yung LM mula 70, pagdating po ng 2014, pagdating po ng 2018, kakalahati po siya 27, 35. Tapos ang high school naman po mula 54, magiging around 40 na lang siya. And this is, sinasanayan po siya tapos ang mga international educational assessments. Teams po mula po sa previous natin na sinasanayan po siya tapos ang mga bababa po siya national educational assessments. Tapos, mula po sa previous mag-stagnate po siya. Ito sinasummarize ng dito. Ano ba ang international assessments natin? May kasi natin that let's say we are last, second to last, sinasummarize ng dito. So, with that, makikita rin natin na the quality of education is also flung. Second to last, next slide po. Ngayon, tignan natin kung bakit. Isa sa mga pin-point out ng mga studies ay investments. Wherein, makikita natin na 6% isa sa mga UN recommendation. Pero, historically, never umabot doon. Education expenditure ng Philippines in terms of historically, ang average din yan in the decade of 2000 sa Philippines is around 30%. Kalahati lang po ang average. Tapos, mas maganda pa nga siya sa world average. So, yung po yung nasa may left. Tapos, sa may right, kalahati. Basically, binabalang ko sa iyo dyan. Ano ba ang educational expenditure ng lahat ng bansa in average? Mas makikita natin, nasa bandang sa iyo po ang Philippines. So, sige po, next slide. Ngayon, ano ba ang epekto ng kakulangan sa pagboto sa edukasyon? Makikita natin na sa pagkaliwa, binabalangkas naman po dito yung classroom shortages mula 2020 2000 up until the previous year. Makikita natin yung classroom shortages. Ang classroom shortages. Karami ng karami ng kakulangan na previous year. Makikita natin yung classroom shortages. Makikita titignan naman natin yung magkano ba ang total capital outlay na previous year. So basically, yung pagkagawa ng infrastructure. Makikita titignan naman natin yung magkano ba natin except for 2015. Ang average po is 6 to 7%. Hindi natin nakikita yung taas na pagpuporma para sa paglilikha ng mga paaralan para sa mga estudyante. Kaya dito, medyo mas makikita natin kung bakit inaccessible ang education. Next slide po. Ngayon, bukod sa nagsastagnate or even nagde-decline ang pagpopondo pagdating sa paglikha ng mga paaralan, tumataas po ang privatization sa edukasyon. Makikita natin ang ratio ng public to private school ng elementary is 8:2. 8 public, 2 is private. Pagdating naman po ng high school, nadami ang private school, 6:4 at mas lalo siyang lalala pagdating ng college where is 1:9. 9 private schools na po. So kung ang kasabihan nga naman 'di ba ay edukasyon ang susi sa tagumpay, minsan napapaisip dapat tayo, bakit kailangan ng susi? Bakit nakalock? Sino ang naglock? Dito, makikita natin na it is privatization. Nagsasara ng mga pintuan, but also at the other end, may parte din ang ating estado kung saan hindi siya nakakapagbukas ng sapat na mga pintuan para sa makapasok sa edukasyon ang kabataang estudyante. Next slide po. Ngayon, makikita lang natin concretely gaano ba napaprivatize ang education natin. Makikita natin dito, binabalangkas ilan ba ang nadadagdag na public schools and in comparison, ilan ang nadadagdag na private schools. Makikita natin na from 2013 up until 2017, laging mas maraming nalilikhang private schools in compared to public schools. Next slide po. Tapos dito, binabalangkas lang, batay po sa annual survey of Philippine businesses and industries. Basically, binabalangkas dyan yung education sector. At magkano ba ang ini-invest or expenses ng private sector when it comes to education? May kita natin, although of course, mas mataas pa rin ang pinapasok na investment ng public, may kita natin yung rise. From 2000, it's around 13%. Tapos pagdating ng 2015, dodoble siya, around double siya. So may kita natin, pataas ng pataas ang pumapasok na kapital na pribado sa sektor ng edukasyon. So, yun po. Next slide po. Tapos, bukod pa doon, ay pataas ng pataas ang kita na nakukuha ng mga private schools sa sektor ng edukasyon. May kita lang natin dito, magkano ba ang average income or profit of private school educational establishment in thousands. Next slide po. So basically, to sum up my first point is that may kita natin sa ang ating educational system is increasingly commercialized. Or may kita rin natin yung austerity ng gobyerno kung saan kulang ang pagpopondo natin sa edukasyon at nagkakaroon ng dependence or reliance o kaya pagpapasa ng tungkulin para ibigay ang karapatan ng edukasyon papunta sa private sector. So, hindi nakakapagtaka, 'di ba? Kung bakit not only inaccessible but hindi na quality ang education natin. Tapos, kung titignan na lang din natin kung sa usapin ng Chacha, we do not have a foreign direct investment problem when it comes to education. What we do have is a public investment problem in education. May kita lang naman natin dito na bagamat papasok ng papasok ang pribadong kapital sa edukasyon, the inverse is happening when it comes to educational outcomes. So, ang solution na nakikita batay sa datos is not the increase of private capital, no, especially foreign capital, kundi public investment. So bago tayo siguro tumingin sa tulong mula sa ibang mga bansa, bakit hindi natin tignan mga sarili natin? Ano ba ang ginagawa natin? Pinupondohan ba natin ang edukasyon in the very first place ng sapat at lubos? Tapos, sa balangkas ng ito, kita natin na isa sa mga reoccurring problem when it comes to education is increasing privatization. Ang foreign direct investments or foreign ownership ay mas lalo lang hindi niya tutugunan, kundi ay mas lalong papalalain niya ang problema ng sa sektor ng edukasyon kung saan nado-dominate ng private capital ang right to education that is provided supposedly by the government. So basically, yung parang point lang naman namin is we cannot resolve a problem with the same kind of thinking that has caused this in the very first place. Okay. Tapos, isa pa sa mga nais namin i-heed warning is yung concept of race to the bottom. Wherein, when a country or especially a sector is becoming reliant on a private or even a foreign investors, nagkakaroon po yan ng race to the bottom wherein binababaa ang mga regulations, pinapaluwag upang makapag-attract ng private and foreign investments. So, yung isa ng implications kung iaasa natin ang edukasyon natin sa foreign capital ay maari pabayaan natin mas lalong lumala ang let's say tuition and other fees increase wherein napakataas na nga niya actually. Actually, kung titignan natin ang datos, ang average tuition fee ng private colleges and universities is already around 150,000. And kung titignan naman natin ang datos ng PSA, sinasabi niya between 2012 and 2018, the average tuition fee for secondary education has increased by 20%. So yun lang yung nais namin ibabala na mas lalong lalala ang commercialization and thus inaccessibility ng education if we hinge our solutions to these problems on capital, private and foreign capital. Sige, next slide po. Ito naman po, ang next point na namin ay denationalization ng curriculum. Basically, binabalangkas dito, magkano ba ang time allotment ng previous curriculums when it comes to masasabi nating mga subjects for nationalism, i.e. Araling Panlipunan, pati Filipino. May kita natin from the 2002 revised basic education curriculum, ang average po na time spent for AP is 250. Pagdating ng K-12, magiging 190 na lang siya. At tapos sa current matatag ay ito po ay around 160 na lang. And the same trend is happening when it comes to Filipino na from 2002 back, it's 290, K-12, 240. So pagdating naman ng matatag, 190.
Mr. Valdez, how many minutes more for you to present your opening statement? Because we have a long list here. Can you wrap up so we can proceed with the interpellation of the House members? So probably there we could have better exchanges of insights. Please wrap up.
So again, it's the concept of race to the bottom na ang nais natin iwasan ay yung bababaan natin ang mga subjects natin para sa magiging makabayan ng Pilipinas dahil kung tais natin makapag-invest dito, magkakaroon tayo ng adjustment sa curriculum and sa regulations natin. At sige po, next slide po. May kita lang din natin na ano ba ang education outcomes natin. May kita natin na through the duration of time, we are creating more elementary occupation and service. Next slide po. At yung mga employment na to, mababa yung kita nila based on occupation surveys. And then next slide po. Tapos ito naman pong OFW distribution, may kita natin kalakhan ay kabataan. Kasi kung sisinsinin natin, next slide po. Yun din po, ang mga nagiging occupation nila, cheap labor. At dito lang po, pinapakita lang po na may malaking brain drain kung saan mas mataas actually ang average high educational attainment ng mga OFW kesa sa Pilipino. So the education policy we have is supporting the labor export policy wherein it supplies cheap labor for international needs. With that point po, we like to reiterate that in analysis, we can see that education system of the Philippines is commercialized and colonial. And Chacha will only aggravate it and will not solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valdez. The chair would like to remind our guests that we will just give you 10 minutes for your opening statements so that we can, 5 to 10 minutes for opening statement so we can proceed with the interpellations of our House members. So from there, maybe we will have better insights on the period of interpellation. Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Gary Teves, the former Secretary of Finance.
The chair would like to recognize the Honorable Margarito Gary Teves, the former Secretary of Finance. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, distinguished members of the House of Representatives, esteemed resource persons, good morning. We have long been advocating for the removal of the restrictive economic provisions in the 1987 Constitution. We believe that this will send a positive signal to investors and help improve the country's investment climate to become more competitive in attracting foreign investments. Data as of 2022 indicate that Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand have long surpassed the Philippines in attracting foreign direct investment. Removing these restrictive provisions from our Constitution would send a clear and compelling message to foreign investors, signaling a warm welcome to their investments and business operations in the Philippines. More foreign direct investments in currently restricted areas will help spur economic growth, generate better quality, higher paying jobs, boost incomes, and contribute considerably to inclusive growth, making a significant difference in the Philippines and in the lives of Filipinos. Various studies have shown that countries that have embraced a more open economy to foreign direct investments grew significantly faster than others who are more restrictive. There is a direct enhancement in terms of technological levels brought about by foreign investment, which allows local labor force to learn from technical experts. To create a more competitive economy, the Philippines must adapt new and appropriate technology to reskill and upskill Filipino workers. The restrictive provisions are binding constraints to foreign direct investments as investors consider the legal framework of a country in their investment decisions. Hence, to be competitive in attracting foreign investments, we need a legal framework that is comparable to our ASEAN neighbors. The Philippines is the only country in ASEAN that enshrines restrictions to foreign investments in its constitution. Our investment environment must be at par with our ASEAN counterparts to be more competitive in attracting foreign direct investments. Removing the restrictive provisions in the Constitution will enable the Philippines to have the flexibility to adjust quickly to changing international and domestic economic conditions. If necessary, Congress can subsequently impose appropriate limitations, restrictions, conditions for ownerships, or safety nets should circumstances warrant those adjustments. Other countries in the world and our ASEAN peers have done this through ordinary legislation and not via constitutional change. While we fully support the proposal of RBH 7 to remove restrictions in public utilities, education, and advertising, we respectfully propose that Congress also consider removing the restrictive provisions in the 1987 Constitution that give preferential treatment in the use of land, natural resources, and mass media. Regarding the ownership of land, restrictions and limitations can be subsequently be done via legislation, which we propose must be data-driven to ensure that policies are clear and based on facts. For example, foreigners can own land or can be allowed to own land outside of Metro Manila and other metropolitan areas where idle lands are still plentiful. Building factories or establishing economic zones in rural areas will generate jobs and livelihood opportunities and encourage the spread of economic development outside of metropolitan areas. This will minimize the need for Filipino breadwinners to leave their families to migrate to urban areas in search of livelihood. In addition, we propose to revise the Filipino First provisions in Section 19, policies, and Section 10, Article 12 on the national economy and patrimony as follows. For Article 2, Section 19, we propose that it be revised from, I quote, "The state shall develop a self-reliant and independent national economy effectively controlled by Filipinos," to quote, "The state shall develop a self-reliant and independent national economy for the benefit of all Filipinos," end quote. The proposal will clarify that the overriding of control is not in terms of ownership, but more importantly, an economy that works for the interests and needs of all Filipinos. For Article 12, Section 10, which currently states, and I quote again, "In the grant of rights, privileges, and concessions covering the national economy and patrimony, the state shall give preference to qualified Filipinos," end quote. We propose that it be revised to, "In the grant of rights, privileges, and concessions covering the national economy and patrimony, the state shall give preference to qualified investors," end quote. The proposal is grounded on who can best serve the interests of the Filipino population regardless of their nationality. As a final thought, we would like to emphasize that removing the restrictive provision in the Constitution is necessary but not sufficient to attract more foreign investors. Other conditions, such as the rule of law, good infrastructure, and ease of doing business, among others, must be present to effectively compete with other countries in attracting foreign investments. However, removing this restriction is a necessary first step to ensuring that our legal framework is at par with our neighbors as we continue to simultaneously ensure that other conditions are in place to create a more attractive investment environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, former Secretary of Finance, Margarito Teves. Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize the Dr. Emmanuel Doy Santos, an economist from the government of the state of South Australia.
The chair would like to recognize Dr. Emmanuel Doy Santos, economist, government of the state of South Australia. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the House. For this opportunity to shed light on the matter at hand, I wish to state at the outset that I am appearing on my own personal capacity and not, and the views that I will give are my own and do not represent that of my employer. I'll be presenting some slides which cover a historical overview of our economic constitution, followed by some technical analysis and case studies. Mr. Chair, the 1899 Malolos Constitution contained no restrictions to foreign participation in our economy. But by a strange twist of fate, it was the US annexation of the Philippines that caused these restrictions to be inserted in the Philippine Organic Act of 1902. Next slide, slide 3. It was done as a concession to US Democratic House members.
Dr. Santos, for a while, we
Yes, sir.
cannot work. Our secretariat, can you please flash on
There
the
we go.
screen
There we go.
the slides that
Yes, sir.
Dr. Santos
Yes,
is
sir.
trying to present? Okay, okay.
Thank you
Please
very much.
proceed, Dr.
Thank you,
Santos.
Mr. Chair. So it was done as a concession to US Democratic House members fearful that cheaper goods from the Philippines would flood US markets. So to ally those fears and concerns, President Roosevelt inserted the provision preventing Americans from holding vast tracts of land, engaging in mining, banking, and utility franchises. According to a Harvard paper, this was unique in the history of the world, where a colonizing power restricted its own nationals from investing in its new possession. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, the 1935 Commonwealth Constitution cemented these restrictions through the 60-40 rule. What began as a strange quirk caused by US domestic politics led to a permanent fixture as local elites developed entrenched interests in the economy and sought to preserve them through the Charter. The only exception was granted to US nationals after the war, which was a condition set for granting our independence. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, although it was considered a stain on our national sovereignty, parity rights to US investors led to rapid growth in the 1950s under a set of trade and monetary policies that biased the importation of capital and intermediary goods for production. Professor Hutchcroft notes that manufacturing expanded by double digits during the decade, and the value add by industry also increased. The 50s was an era, a golden era, Mr. Chair, when the Philippines was considered the rising star of Asia. Next slide, please. In the 60s, the Filipino First policy was introduced that gave preferential treatment to locals in accessing the import quotas. But the local businesses misused these quotas to import consumer goods instead of capital goods and equipment. The system was gamed, leading to weaker growth, triggering a foreign currency crunch, which devalued the peso from 2 to 4 peso to 2 to 4. 4:1 US dollar at the time. The first boom bust cycle took place, which halted our transition to a modern economy. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, public clamor led to the 71 CONCON, where more restrictions on FDI were introduced, demonstrating that we had not learned the right lessons from the Filipino First debacle. The US parity rights then lapsed in 74. There were now no more restraints on the nationalist agenda. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, in the 70s, the state took the lead in industrialization, relying on public debt to finance it. This created an unsustainable bubble. In the 80s, Mr. Chair, we missed the first wave of Japanese FDI, which flowed instead to other ASEAN states. Professor De Dios attributes that to the perfect storm of our economic malaise, which was made worse by the widening list of FDI restrictions in our 87 charter. Next slide. To summarize, Mr. Chair, the 1950s, where no restrictions were placed on FDI coming from the US, was a period of unrivaled growth. The 60s saw a halving of that growth in the industrial sector as foreign players were squeezed out and local players abused the import system. The 70s saw the state take the lead in jump-starting growth, but it became unsustainable due to mounting public debt. The 80s was a lost decade that led to a gradual shift to more liberal policies, but with expanded restrictions to FDI in our Constitution. Next slide, please. This led Dr. Overholt of Stanford to comment that regardless of which regime was in place, the Philippines is constrained by an unholy alliance, quote unquote, of entrenched interests, both from the left and the right, that have combined to, quote, protect a relatively uncompetitive and monopolistic economy. Next slide, please. We come to the question of RBH 7, Mr. Chair, which seeks to introduce legislative fiat to open up foreign ownership in 3 sectors. Before we go into the merits, let's look at what the evidence tells us. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, the World Bank notes that foreign ownership is correlated with labor productivity and thus higher wages and living standards. This is not only due to foreign capital, but the transfer of know-how. As you can see, Mr. Chair, the share of foreign ownership of firms remains small in the Philippines. Next slide, please. The World Bank further notes that economic concentration in the Philippines is higher and growing compared to our neighbors, particularly in manufacturing, despite 100% of FDI being permitted there. Does it have anything to do with the fact, Mr. Chair, that energy, a key driver of manufacturing's overheads, is very costly? And there is also a poorly trained labor force, as one investment banker recently noted. Next slide, please. Our energy-intensive industries are not able to thrive as a result of our high energy cost, highest in the region, double that of Vietnam. 30% of this cost comes from power transmission and distribution, according to Meralco. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, the Public Services Act has not solved the problem. The problem is now with the state of our electricity grid and lack of connectivity for commercial solar and wind projects, which are in remote parts of the country. Distribution is still subject to 60/40 under the Act. It is emerging practice, Mr. Chair, for renewable projects to connect directly to consumers in the case of small island grids. Without this, the grid will become unstable as renewables increase their penetration. If we think that all we need to do is deal with red tape and lower corruption, Mr. Chair, we ignore these structural barriers which will cause instability in our grid, as we have seen in Panay earlier this year with the blackouts there. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, my home state of South Australia used to have the highest wholesale spot prices of electricity in the nation. After transitioning to renewables, it now has the cheapest cost of electricity. In 2016, when winds battered interstate transmission lines, the state was cut off from the rest of the country and experienced a massive blackout. The big battery that you see there on the screen, Mr. Chair, was completed in 63 days by a US company, Tesla, and is now owned and operated by a French company, Noyen. It was meant to provide backup power in times of extreme weather. It has since provided crucial ancillary services to stabilize the grid, something that fossil fuel plants are not able to do. Without foreign investment and participation in our energy grid, Mr. Chair, South Australia wouldn't have made this transition to cheaper, more reliable energy. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, I'd like to highlight the contrast in the recent visits made by our Australian Prime Minister. When he went to Manila to sign a strategic partnership agreement, it was to upgrade our maritime cooperation. But when he visited Vietnam, Mr. Chair, the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, an Australian university based in Hanoi and Saigon, unveiled a $250 million Australian dollar innovation and investment fund to support local businesses and tie them up with experts from Australia. RMIT had been in Vietnam for over 20 years at this point, Mr. Chair. It offers vocational and higher education courses. Its campuses are 100% owned by RMIT. With this fund, Vietnam is now poised with its startup ecosystem to accelerate even further. Vietnam, in the latest Mind the Bridge report, overtook the Philippines, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, Vietnam is but the latest country to overtake the Philippines. In 1985, the Philippine per capita GDP was 3 times that of Vietnam, as you can see on that slide. But due to their opening up through the Doi Moi reforms of '86, while we were restricting FDI in our '87 charter, they have finally overtaken us 35 years later. The Philippine high water mark for FDI as a share of GDP was 3.1%. We only achieved that twice in the last 2 decades. Vietnam's FDI as a share of its economy has not dipped below 3.4% during that time, Mr. Chair. Next slide. Mr. Chair, I know my time has expired, but please give me a few more minutes
Please
to make my final points.
kindly wrap up your
Yes,
opening
Mr. Chair.
statement so we can proceed with
Yes,
the
Mr. Chair.
interpellation.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to state that when we hear that constitutional restrictions are not the main issue, but corruption, red tape, and ease of doing business, we must remember that this view suffers from a selection bias. It is based on the opinion of firms that are already here and have already chosen to invest here. We are not hearing the opinions of firms that would have invested here, but not for these restrictions. When we hear that if we subject foreign ownership to regulation and legislative fiat, it will spawn corruption, we must weigh that risk against the regulatory capture risk present already in our country due to a growing concentration of ownership. When we gave preferential treatment to local businesses through the Filipino First in the 1960s, we saw corruption grow. But when we were most open in the 50s, we experienced unrivaled growth. When we hear that we must carve out certain sectors and critical infrastructure to protect our national sovereignty, we must ask ourselves, does granting to local monopolists control of these sectors pose an even greater risk? Wouldn't breaking up monopolies, diversifying ownership control, lower that risk instead? And finally, Mr. Chair, when we hear that we are already very open and that loosening these restrictions will only have a minor impact, or that FDI is not needed at all to develop, we must remember the World Bank, OECD, Banco Central, DOF, DTI, NEDA beg to differ, all beg to differ. Should we listen to the voice of local interests who have a stake in possibly preserving the status quo? Or should we listen to the evidence and advice from our own historical record and that of our economic managers? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel Doy Santos. Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize Mr. Orion Perez Dumdum for additional statements with presentation. Mr. Dumdum is the chairperson of the Constitutional Reform and Rectification for Economic Competitiveness and Transformation. Correct movement. So moved, Mr. Chair.
Before I recognize, how many more resource persons will be giving their opening statements?
Mr. Dumdum, and after Mr. Dumdum, Mr. Chair, we will have
Last two. Okay,
Attorney
then we
Donato.
proceed on with the interpellations. The chair would like to recognize the second to the last resource person to give an opening statement, Mr. Orion Perez Dumdum, chairperson of Correct Movement. Please proceed and please make it brief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Please, I'd like to see the slides flashed on the screen, please. All right, thank you.
So I am representing the correct movement, and we are talking about 3 different reforms, but we will focus on economic liberalization and the removal of anti-foreign direct investment restrictions today. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide again. All right, I wanted to show this very important slide, which shows a quote from the book From Third World to First, which explains and contradicts the false narrative that some sectors have been trying to spread, saying that Singapore was a protectionist country, and then only when they became rich, due to protectionism, did they open up to foreign direct investors. That is not true. So here, the late Lee Kuan Yew says, we did not have a large group of ready-made entrepreneurs such as Hong Kong gained in the Chinese industrialists and bankers who came fleeing from Shanghai, Canton, and other cities when the communists took over. Had we waited for our own traders to learn to become industrialists, we would have starved. It is absurd for critics to suggest in the 1990s that had we grown our own entrepreneurs, we would have been less at the mercy of the ruthless MNCs. Even with the experienced talent Hong Kong received in Chinese refugees, its manufacturing technology level is not in the same class as that of the MNCs in Singapore. This proves that Singapore, under Lee Kuan Yew, used FDI attraction as their means of industrializing. Next slide, please. All right. The accepted wisdom of development economists at the time was that MNCs were exploiters of cheap land, labor, and raw materials. This dependency school of economists argued that MNCs continued the colonial pattern of exploitation that left the developing countries selling raw materials to and buying consumer goods from the advanced countries. MNCs controlled technology and consumer preferences and formed alliances with their host governments to exploit the people and keep them down. Third world leaders believed this theory of neo-colonialist exploitation, but Keng Swee and I, that's Goh Keng Swee, the finance minister and also defense minister at the time, Goh Keng Swee and I were not impressed. We had a real-life problem to solve and could not afford to be conscribed by any theory or dogma. Anyway, Singapore had no natural resources for MNCs to exploit. All it had were hardworking people, good basic infrastructure, and a government that was determined to be honest and competent. Our duty was to create a livelihood for 2 million Singaporeans. If MNCs could give our workers employment and teach them technical and engineering skills and management know-how, we should bring in the MNCs. Next slide, please. All right, so not only Singapore was talking about bringing in foreign direct investors, but Malaysia as well under Dr. Mahathir Mohamad. Managing a manufacturing industry is very difficult, and there was no substantial industry in Malaysia at the time that we could take our lessons from. We went for foreign investments because we did not have locals who were willing to take the leap. Locals wanted to stay within their comfort zones. When there is no competition in the mix, it is easy to get away with low quality, bad management, dirty processes, and inefficiency. But in a competitive environment, you must always be on guard. You have to look for ways to improve your product and be more cost efficient. If you do not, you can be very sure that your competitors will be doing exactly that. Tax protection may provide some comfort, but it should not make things too easy and discourage effort. It should certainly not cultivate bad attitudes and habits. Now, this comes from the memoirs of Mahathir Mohamad, which is a doctor in the house. Next slide, please. Okay. Another one from Dr. Mahathir's memoirs. Creating jobs, especially by implementing policies that encourage the creation of private sector work opportunities, is the proper role of government. That was why, when Malaysia invited foreign investment, we did not insist on immediately collecting taxes. We were prepared to forego taxes if the investors created jobs for our people. In our view, no one who was prepared to work should remain unemployed. In fact, the government was so successful in creating jobs that there are now more than 2 million foreign workers in the country. We cannot ourselves meet the demand for labor that our own economic development has generated. All right, next slide, please. All right, the next slide shows that nevertheless, the increase in foreign investments helped to create jobs and so lowered the unemployment rate, which was high at the time. Our approach differed from those of Japan and Korea, where the preference was for acquiring foreign technology for investment by the locals. We did not have local entrepreneurs with the money or the willingness to invest in industries they were not familiar with. It was only after many years that the Malaysians acquired the knowledge and industrial skills to invest in manufacturing. Thus, it was through FDI that we succeeded in converting our agricultural economy into an industrial economy and eventually solving our unemployment problem. Okay, so this proves both Singapore and Malaysia used FDI to industrialize. Now let's have a local example, a tycoon, the late John Gokongwei Jr., who was pro-constitutional reform. He said, we had the same, this was written in 2006, by the way. We had the same per capita income as Thailand 20 years ago. Now they are 2.5 times bigger than us. Malaysia is 4 times bigger, and Indonesia, which had half our per capita then, is now our equal. In 5 to 6 years, I think Vietnam will match or even surpass us. Well, they already have surpassed us in 2021. Everybody else is passing us by. That is what worries me. And my last slide for this, let's move to the next. It's hard to open up the economy without amending the Constitution. I agree that mining and real estate should be open to everybody because you need foreign capital to help any country develop its economy. Look at China. It is getting a lot of direct foreign investments. So, Your Honors and Mr. Chair, I just wanted to show all of these as proof that bringing in foreign direct investors is something that a lot of countries do, Singapore and Malaysia just being the top 2 among them in this region. And then, of course, there's Vietnam. And then we even have tycoons pushing for this. He's not the only one. The members of the Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry are also for the opening up to FDI. So thank you very much, everyone. That's all I wanted to say today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orion Dumdum. Floor
Mr.
leader.
Chairman, I move that we recognize Attorney Demosthenes Donato, the President and General Counsel of Tanggulang Demokrasya.
Attorney Donato, you're recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po. Magandang umaga sa lahat. May I request the Secretariat to show the first video clip? 1 minute lang po yon.
Papa, saan po kayo pupunta?
Sa Singapore, anak. May trabaho ako doon.
Diba meron po kayong trabaho dito?
Nagsarado yung kumpanya, anak. Lumipat daw sa Vietnam.
Wala pong ibang trabaho dito?
Meron, anak. Pero maliit talaga pasahod. Si ate, graduate na ng kolehiyo. Pero wala pa din trabaho. Si mama may sakit, breast cancer. Mahal ang paggamot.
Matagal po kayo doon?
Babalik din agad ako, anak.
Papa, kamusta na po kayo?
Okay lang, anak. Hanap uli ako ng trabaho dito pag bumalik na ako.
Trabaho dito? Tulad sa Singapore?
Simpleng trabaho lang, anak. Hindi tulad sa Singapore. Maliit ang pasahod dito.
Bakit po?
Sa Singapore kasi, nandun lahat ng malalaking kumpanya sa buong mundo.
Bakit po dito sa ating walang ganun?
Maraming bawal dito, anak. Hindi ko rin maintindihan kung bakit ganun.
There's a second video, also 1 minute. It's about prices. The first one's about jobs.
Mahal, baon at pamasahe. Pasensya na at maliit lang. Anak, bili ka ng tubig. Wala tayong iinumin. Walang tubig sa gripo. Anak, bili ka ng load. Pang school lang ha, wala mo ng games.
Mama, malungkot ka?
Oo, ang laki ng gastusin eh. Pamasahe, kuryente, tubig, kahit load mahal.
Paano na, Mama?
Hayaan mo anak, makakaraos din tayo.
Bakit po yung alcohol at sterilizer pang COVID bumaba ang presyo?
Marami kasing gumagawa at nagbebenta. Maraming alternatibo. Sana ganun din sa gastusin para bumaba ang presyo.
Thank you. Can I request to show the short presentation? Next slide, please. This is the same presentation last time with some modification. Next slide, please. High power cost. Next slide, please. Unsafe domestic shipping. Next slide, please. This is our ideology, which means no ideology at all. Just supply and demand. Pag sinamano natin ng ideology, anti-foreign ideology yung economy, eh gugutumin ho tayo lahat. Yun po ang nakikita namin. Next slide, please. High supply, low demand. Ano lang po yan? Supply and demand of jobs, supply and demand of consumer goods. Next slide, please. Ito po, short lang. Balik estudyante po tayo. Multiple choice question. How do we build the economy? Sabi po ng iba, infrastructure muna, wag na muna yung constitution. Okay? But let's notice, let's observe. Infrastructure, you need massive capital. And it takes years to accomplish. And besides, it's already being addressed. You have agencies for that. DPWH, DOTR, DICT. Next slide, please. Sabi ulit ng iba, lower the power cost first before changing the constitution. Eh, ganun, that's the same problem. It needs massive capital, takes years to accomplish, and is already being addressed by DOE. Ang alam ko po, power plant is like 2 to 3 years. Yung dati sa option A, tunnel, gaano katagal po yun? 5 years? 10 years? Yung bridge from Bataan to Cavite, how long will that take? That's a long time. Next slide, please. Ito naman yung isa. Corruption daw muna ang asikasuhin, wag yung constitution. Ito, may problema ho tayo dyan. Yung corruption po, sa panahon pa yan ni Adan at ni Eva. And sa tingin ko, hanggang sa apocalypse, may corruption ho tayo. Hindi mo mawawala yan. Human nature po yan human weakness. So if they say, we follow what they say, that we will address corruption first before we amend the Constitution, that actually means we will never get to amend the Constitution. Okay. Besides, we have the government for that. We have the ombudsman already working on that. Next slide, please. Ito na. Multiple choice, letter D. Amend the Constitution, economic provisions. Ayan. What's the rationale there? Jobs, consumer prices, taxes. Yeah. Again, we have the government agencies for that already, the Senate and the House. So kami po sa Tanggulang Demokrasya, dito ho ba kami sa D? Actually, doon ho kami sa E. Meron pa pong E. Next slide, please. Yan. So, it's not like we choose one over the other. That's not true. A and B, you need capital. And it takes years to accomplish. And if you change the constitution and you change the law, you can actually help improve these things. Yung restrictions ho kasi, sa kita namin, 3 levels po yan. Constitutions, statute, and IRR. So, we change everything. Pangalawa, yung morals, mahirap po yun. That's beyond the law. Morality, spirituality, you cannot legislate that. So, and pangatlo na point, among the choices there, what's actually the easiest thing to do? Amend the Constitution. Nandiyan na po yung Senado. Diyan na po yung House. May elected na ng mga representante. May budget na. But it's 37 years already and we still could not change it. We always keep coming up with reasons, power, etc., etc. Ayun. Yun. Just a final note po. Sa amin po, ano, yung 1987 Constitution, we just want to say that is not Holy Scripture. Okay? It is not Holy Scripture. It was written by the unelected. It was ratified in a revolutionary condition. So, hindi ko maintindihan talaga bakit hindi siya pwede baguhin. Yung time na po na yun, no? 86, 87, voting age na po ako, estudyante, law school. And I almost, although opposition ho kami, we were not pro-Marcos then. The usual youth, no? Anti-government. I almost voted no to the 1987 Constitution for several reasons. One, yung pinaka-reason ko talaga, BICAM structure. Ayoko po yung BICAM. Pangalawa, they diluted the clause on territory. Parang that was supposedly a favor to Malaysia, sabi nila. No? And pangatlo, pati yung advertising na isingit pa doon. What's the purpose of that clause there? That's a purely business activity. Parang may naglabi yata. And then sasabihin na corruption, na wag daw baguhin kasi corruption. But anyway, that's all we can say. No, yung let's review. It's been 37 years. Economic policy, tama ho, I concur with the rest. That should be legislative policy. Wag na po yung sa Constitution. Sa Constitution ho kasi, ang lawmaker dyan, yung 50 million, 60 million voters, ang hirap po nun. How do you change that? Pero kung sa statutory law, yung ano lang, Kongreso at saka Senate. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po.
Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, first in the list of interpellators is the gentleman from the Long District of Navotas City, the Honorable Tobias Rinal Tiangco.
The chair would like to recognize Representative Toby Tiangco, Lone District, Navotas City.
Mr. Chair,
Before that, floor leader, the chair would like to recognize Representative Senior Deputy Speaker Dong Gonzales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Magandang umaga. Ito maiksing tanong lang po. Dito sa aking kaibigan na palaging tinutulungan pag tumatakbo siya ng senador, si Senator Greg Onasan. Senator Greg, tignan niyo lang po yung aking mukha sa screen. Anyway, my question to you, Senator Greg, you are a former senator, you are a former DICT secretary. Kung kayo po ang nakaupong senador ngayon, pabor po ba kayo sa pag-amyenda ng 1987 Constitution? Sa palagay niyo po ba, ano ang nagiging balakid o hadlang sa ating mga kaibigan at kasamang senador ngayon? At ang pinag-uusapan lang po natin, itong resolution both houses number 7 at 3 provision lamang po. Yun lamang po ang gusto kong itanong ang aking kaibigan na senador. Senator Greg?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, maraming salamat po. Sa akin pong pag-ikot sa buong kapuluan, mukhang napapako ang usapin dun sa tanong na kung paano at kung sino. Ang hindi ho masyadong na-emphasize, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, is bakit at kung kailan. Kaya nung bigyan niyo ako ng karangalan na makapiling kayo ngayong umaga, yun po ang aking ambag. No? Sa tingin ko po, panahon na para pag-ukulan ng pansin yung ating fundamental law of the land, which is the Constitution. No? But we must address for the benefit of the ultimate beneficiaries of any change in the Constitution, ang katanungan, bakit natin kailangang baguhin ito? Dalawa pong mga kagalang-galang na personalidad ang nasaksihan at narinig ko po na nagpaliwanag. Napanood ko po si Chief Justice, former Chief Justice Puno, na nagpaliwanag na yung issue po ng voting separately or jointly, mukhang yun po ay isang nakaligtaan ng mga naghubog ng ating saligang batas. They considered a bicameral situation, maybe forgetting that in the foreseeable future, we might consider a unicameral situation. That answers the question probably, or responds partly to the question of who. As to how, that is beyond my salary grade. No? I think we have heard enough expert opinions. What I would like to focus on, Your Honor, no? Mr. Speaker, is why. Why would we want to change the Constitution? And when do we want to change it? Narinig ko naman po in one interview, si Chief Presidential Legal Counsel Juan Ponce Enrile. Sabi niya, kung ang basehan ay 1987 Constitution, magastos po. Magastos. It is becoming expensive, especially in a contracted fiscal space. Hindi lang po dahil sa COVID, kundi siguro na-realize natin na talagang kakaunti o limitado ang pagkukunan natin ng pondo. So it redounds to a question of a system of national priorities. Kung ito lang po ang pondo natin with the restrictions imposed by the 1987 Constitution, dapat po mapag-usapan na. At I think the Congress, especially the House, has the competence and the collective wisdom to determine kung ano at sino ang unahin. I suppose, as a matter of principle, unahin yung pinakamaliit, pinakamalayo at pinakamahirap. Meron pong issue na ibig kong idagdag dito with your permission. No? It seems that we are burdened, and this has caused some instability, by the lack of consistency and predictability in economic policies. I was advised not to be very careful, no, in raising this issue. Pero new president, new mayor, new congressman, new senator, no, new leaders, new medium-term development policy, economic development policy. It introduces an element of instability because every 3 years you have elections. That might be worth considering for the chamber. Now, as to the other argument, tulad po ng if every 3 years we have elections, if you look at the Senate, the upper chamber, ang ihahalal po ay 12. Ito po ang paliwanag nung aking narinig, kung tama ang pagkakaintindi ko. No? 12 senador. So ang natitira po ay 12, which does not even constitute a simple majority. So there is some instability in terms of crafting and hammering out national security policy, foreign policy, and economic policy. So, pasensya na po kayo dun sa mahaba-habang sagot. That is my understanding. So I believe, in my personal capacity, that it is time to amend the Constitution, focusing on the restrictive economic policies. Maraming salamat po, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Greg. Mukhang bumata po kayo lalo, kayo lang kita nakita. Palagay ko, in 7 months, pwede tayo mag-file ulit ng senador. Tatakbo tayo ulit sa 2025. Parang kailangan po kayo ng bansa. Ulit. At alam mo naman ang aking pagtulong sa'yo, talagang puro tulong po ang ginagawa natin pag tayo nag-uusap sa telepono. Ngayon po, assuming nakaupo kang senador ngayon, ikaw ang Senate President, maraming usapin, all resource persons, pabalik-balik sa Senado, sa Kongreso. Kung kayo po ang Senate President ngayon, ano po ang pwede niyong maitalakay at kausapin bilang isang leader ng Senado? Dito sa Kongreso, ang leader natin is a very decisive leader. Kung kayo po ang Senate President at ito ang panawagan ng ating Pangulo, ano po ang pwede niyong gawin, Mr. Senator?
Ako, hindi ko ho alam kung inilagay niyo ako bigla sa alanganin dahil malayo po ako maging Senate President. Napakalayo po. Pero, tutugnan ko po yung katanungan ninyo. No? Wala hong masama na mag-usap-usap tayo. We have to do this together. Kaya kung mapansin po ninyo, siguro 1 buwan na ang nakakalipas nung ang ating Pangulo na nakaupo, si ating mahal na Pangulong Presidente Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. at ang ating dating Pangulo na si former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte ay lumabas in public at magkaroon ng konting pagtatalo. Bilang pribadong citizen po, hindi pa ho Senate President, no? Hindi pa Senador, nakiusap po tayo, nagmakaawa tayo sa kanila, na mag-uusap-usap po kayo. At nung mabagal-bagal yung pagtugon, we pushed the envelope some more. And we said, maybe, as a gesture of statesmanship, our president, our sitting president, must reach out not only to former President Duterte, but to the 2 other living presidents. Magkulong po sila sa isang kwarto. Walang media. At mag-usap sila heart to heart. Dahil habang nangyayari po ito in public, on national television, and I say this as a private citizen, as a former soldier, former senator, former cabinet member, nakatingala po sa atin yung susunod na henerasyon natin ng mga leader at mamamayan. Our most precious and strategic asset, which is our children. Hindi ho maganda ito. Second, nanonood ho sa atin yung mga karatig bansa natin. We are exposing our strengths and weaknesses as a young democracy to temporary friends and allies. Hindi ho ito maganda para sa atin. So I made that suggestion. So kung medyo parusahan ho tayo ng Panginoon at gawin tayong Senate President, I remember that kung maalala ho ninyo, Your Honors, no, Mr. Speaker, if you go back to history, the old Roman legions, yung bandera ho nila, hindi naman nakalagay Julius Caesar and the people of Rome. Nakalagay po SPQR, Senatus Populusque Romanus, the Senate and the people of Rome. The Senate and its individual members are elected by the same constituency that elects our president. And the Philippine presidency is one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, among the remaining presidential democracies. The Senate should provide the equilibrium. And then I am reminded again ho, pasensya, sunit-sunin ninyo yung memory banks ko. During the time of former President, the late President Fidel Ramos, meron ho siyang ginawa na mekanismo, the LEDAC, the Legislative Executive Advisory Council. At kung may constitutional issue, dinagdagan ho niya. Sabi niya, jelak, para ma-involve yung judiciary. Para balangkasin at ayusin ito. Away from the prying eyes of media so that this can be resolved at the highest policy level. So, yun po ang tugon ko sa katanungan ninyo. At maraming salamat po for your kind words. I value your friendship and your support. Salamat.
Maraming salamat, Senador Greg Conasan.
Floor leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize Honorable Tobias Reynald Chanco from the Lone District of Navotas City.
The distinguished gentleman from the Lone District of Navotas City is recognized. You have the floor. Please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Could I be allowed to address my clarifications to Attorney Abad?
Please proceed.
Yes, Attorney Abad. Kahapon po, may nabanggit kayo na yung restrictions o yung percentage of ownership ay hindi po dapat nakasama sa Constitution. Did I understand it correctly, Attorney Abad?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
So just so that I don't quote you out of context, could you please repeat ano po yung eksaktong nilalaman nung sinabi nyo na hindi dapat nasa konstitusyon yung mga percentage ng ownership?
Okay. I said that a proper constitution should not contain what should be properly legislated by the legislature. When you have too many details, such as equity restrictions, it is something that should be in the purview of the legislature and arrived at through a legislative process. So, constitution drafting and amending is different from legislation. And when you come up with a specific restriction, like 60-40, 70-30, it is really tantamount to legislating. And it should be the legislature that should study that and really go through the process of developing that policy, rather than having in this case, a wholly appointed constitutional commission already inserting it into the Constitution. So Constitution should not contain what should be in law, in Republic Act. That's why I object to having it in the Constitution.
Okay, thank you very much, Attorney Abad. So ang ibig sabihin po ba niyan, dito in Southeast Asia, is the Philippine Constitution the only constitution that has these percentage ownerships in the Constitution? Ibig sabihin, sa iba pang constitution dito po sa Southeast Asia, wala po ba sa Constitution yung percentage of ownerships? Or are there other constitutions within Southeast Asia na nahandun din naman yung percentage of ownership sa Constitution?
No, there are no constitutions aside from the Philippine Constitution that use these equity percentage restrictions. If at all, there are constitutions that have specific prohibitions like land ownership. No? But with regard to provisions like 60-40, 70-30, we're the only constitution that has this.
Okay, so I just want to clarify kasi napakahalaga po nito. No? So ayon sa inyong sagot, among the countries in Southeast Asia, tayo lang po ang may nakasaad sa konstitusyon ng percentage of ownership. Yung iba po, all the others, wala po.
That's correct.
Okay. That being said, this is our starting point. No? I think we have to agree, ng starting point na natin ngayon ay yung provision ng 1987 Constitution wherein nahandito na po yung percentage of ownership. Okay. At yan pong percentage of ownership, yan po ang naririnig natin na sinasabi ng mga proponents ng charter change na nakakahadlang sa investments o yan po yung tinatawag nilang restrictive provisions. Tama po ba, Attorney Abad?
Yes, that's correct. My experience previously as a corporate lawyer is that I think one of my colleagues also made mention of this. Potential investors avoid the Philippines because it has a restriction in the Constitution. And they'd rather go to another country that doesn't have any restrictions in their Constitution.
Okay. So, kaya nga, dito sa proposed charter amendments natin, may tatlong section po dito na tila bubuksan yung restrictions na yon through the phrase otherwise provided by law. Which means, yung pong inyong advocacy na dapat wala po ito sa konstitusyon at dapat po nasa batas, yun po ang mangyayari, di po ba?
Yes, well, it's if I may, Your Honor, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
please.
no? It's not the ideal situation. What would be ideal is to remove any mention of any equity restrictions in the Constitution, so that the Constitution gets cleaned up. Then you legislate if you want to have restrictions, no? Not the other way around, wherein you're saying as otherwise provided by law. However, as a compromise, yes, that is a way of modifying the restriction.
Okay. So, hindi po ideal, pero ito po ang compromise para lang matuloy yung pag-open up o pagluag ng ownership provisions. Tama po?
Opo.
Okay. Since luuluagan po yung ating ownership provisions dito sa tatlong sections na to, no? Doon sa utilities and franchises, doon po sa education, at doon po sa advertising industry, hindi po ba dapat, of course, iba po yung stand nyo eh. Dahil ang gusto natin kanina, ang sinasabi nyo po, dapat transparent at dapat sigurado ang investors, di ba pa? Hindi po ba masigurado ang investors kung yung ownership provision, dahil luluagan na naman natin at hindi hihigpitan, yung eksaktong porsyento na ang ilagay natin po dito sa Constitution. Of course, it is contrary to your advocacy na dapat wala. Pero ang ibig ko sabihin, for example, public utility from 60-40, 60% Filipino to 40% foreign, ang layunin po ng unless otherwise provided by law ay hindi paliitin yung foreign ownership kung hindi palakihin ang foreign ownership. So kung papalakihin na rin natin ang foreign ownership para pumasok ang investors, hindi po ba mas malaking kasiguraduhan doon sa investors na walang magbabago kung ito po ay nasa konstitusyon kesa po kung ito po ay otherwise provided by law? Dahil pag otherwise provided by law, pwede pong palitan through legislative measures. So yun lang po. Paano natin ma-reconcile yung sinasabi ninyo na gusto natin na mas investor-friendly at mas hindi po restrictive? Kasi kung hindi na siya restrictive, hindi po ba mas maganda na rin na nakakasulat na rin po yan dyan?
Well, so Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, the Constitution ideally should contain provisions that ensure certain basic rights, the organization of your government and how society is organized, no? And basically, maybe the sort of motherhood or preamble statements that gives direction to the legislature. But you don't really expect a constitution to have very specific provisions regarding investment. This should be in Republic Acts. Now, if you want to restrict completely a particular area like a public utility, you can do it by Republic Act. And this is the practice in Southeast Asia. So they look at the legislation of other countries. We're not saying that other Southeast Asian countries don't have restrictions. They do, but it is all in law and it is passed by their legislature. It's not embodied in their constitution. What the signal is that it becomes sort of written in stone or very inflexible when it's in the constitution. And this is also, it sends out a signal to investors that the Philippines is not friendly to investment in general. Whereas a Republic Act, of course, a law, also has to go through a certain process. So I don't think having it in a law means that it is going to be an unstable or unpredictable policy for investors to come in. No? It's just that, in this day and age, Your Honor, this is 2024. The world is very different. the financial system and the economic ecosystem of the world is very different. And so legislatures are in a better position to address the changes and the dynamism of the world economy through legislation, and not insisting that a constitution that was drafted 37 years ago is still applicable in this day and age.
Okay, thank you very much, Attorney
Mr.
Abad.
Chair,
Yes?
yeah, with the indulgence of the Honorable Chanco, I believe Dr. Gerardo Sicat would also like to put in his inputs in relation to the question of the Honorable Chanco. May I move that he be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please proceed, Dr. Sikat.
Uh, Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This item of discussion is a very critical one in understanding how we fell behind many other countries. I would like to even go beyond the question of public utilities. It goes all the way to a lot of restrictions because our constitution is very unique in specifying so many restrictions, so many provisions on various issues affecting economic matters. Most of the constitutions that I have studied, and I've studied quite a lot of them in relation to this question, which has arisen because of concerns about amending the Constitution. Years ago, about 15 years ago, my wife and I, Dr. Loretta Macasiar-Sicat, who was a member of the political science faculty of the UP, we both studied the constitutions of different countries. And in my later evaluation of what we wrote, plus the fact that I have now gone into all this involvement on this issue, I have much more gone deeply into this matter. Our country is unique in respect to having so many restrictions, while all other countries just deal with the Constitution as the fundamental law of the land to describe mainly, number one, the objectives of the nation, number two, the structure of government, the structure of all the institutions, and so on. Hardly are there matters related to this issue. Secondly, probably a very, in terms of our region, one interesting example is that of Indonesia. And I would like to point out this thing because it's an extreme situation with the Indonesian constitution. The Indonesian constitution of 1945 struck me as very, very primitive when I first read it because it was very, very short. It's only 1,644 words, all in all. And it is so structural only on matters of basic fundamental law concerning the structure of government, the philosophy of Indonesia, and everything else. In fact, this 1,644 words probably is an elongation of the whole constitution because it is based on my count of that constitution in relation to what the Information Bureau of Indonesia had added. I think they edited and added sections and sections so that it became clearer because the first time I saw it, it was much more primitive. But let me point out the following. It has only 37 articles. And the main point, I'd like to quote something that they have said because it's very interesting that the commentary of the Indonesian Information Office cited the Constitution of the Philippines as something very long. And I must say it's really very long because against 1,600, our Constitution is 21,000. The 1987 Constitution is 21,660 words, which, as you know, is quite long. On that, I might add a few more items, but I think it's useful in this body to listen to this quote from from the commentary made by uh, by the Indonesian government on their constitution. I quote it. It's a little long, but I think it's worth listening to it. The Constitution has only 37 articles. Other paragraphs contain only additional and transitional provisions. This draft is thus very brief when compared, for instance, with the Constitution of the Philippines. That's what they said. Okay. It is enough, second part, I take a little more paragraph. It is enough if the Constitution contains only fundamental rules, contains only guidelines of instructions to central government and to other authorities of the state for conducting the life of the state and providing social well-being, especially of a new state and a young state. At that time, Indonesia was not even a republic. It was trying to, but that was adopted as the text of the republic when they became independent. Uh, uh, it is better if that written fundamental law contains only basic rules, which provisions implementing those basic rules are left to statutes which are more easily drawn up, altered, and revoked afterwards. After a few more words, I pick up some interesting notes. The fundamental rules need to be binding in the Constitution, so they have to be really fundamental, not specific. For that reason, the more flexible, that is elastic, those rules are, the better. Ours is the most inelastic constitution, if I must add my editing. Thus, we must guard against the constitutional system being left behind the times. Ours was left behind the times when it was written, I think, because it imposed rules it manacled the nation to rules that would be very restrictive in the way we see things against the objectives of what we do, manacled us or put big blinders on our system of seeing things because it told us exactly what to do. Let us not go, I'm quoting again, let us not go so far as to make a constitution which is quickly outmoded, they said. Well, I'd like to make a brief commentary on that because, you know, Indonesia is a country that has suffered from volatility, great revolutionary passion, and also many episodes of ups and downs. But through that, we know Indonesia today is so much better than us. And I'll tell you just 4 items simply which are very far ahead compared to what we do. First, they discovered in their youth as a nation how to discover for more energy resources. In fact, when in the 1970s, when I was a government official, we had to borrow the rules of Indonesia to even go deeper into how we could construct our rules of petroleum and energy exploration so that we could find something. We did find something, if you recall. We have Malampaya, we had Dinido oil, and so on. Very little compared to what they have found. And you know what? After the revolution, after 1987, people questioned those things, what we did, the kinds of little efforts we did trying to to maneuver the discoveries and the exploration laws. It was questioned in the Supreme Court. It took another decade before the Supreme Court said, perhaps this is good. So we accepted it. And then, of course, that's point one. Number two, if you notice, the paper on which we print all these things in our sessions here, they're manufactured by a major exporting company based on a forestry concession in Sumatra. Indonesia is one of the biggest paper company exporters of the world, and we rely on exports from Indonesia. In our case, we tried to manufacture paper and so on, but we got into a lot of trouble because of the rules because of the restrictions. You review our economic history in the 1970s and how the paper companies became structures for exploiting our forestry and not giving out much in return. The nickel industry is so much more developed there. And the fisheries industry of Indonesia are thriving. It's the biggest fishery resource country in the ASEAN. So just for the main point is that this is Indonesia, the Indonesian item is just an example, but many countries don't deal with the issues that we have put in our constitution. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Sikat. Mr. Chair, may be allowed to recognize again Attorney Abad. I think he has some additional comments.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Of course, I agree with Dr. Sikat. No, Constitution must be as concise and simple as possible. Otherwise, like our Constitution, it leads to unnecessary litigation and the complexity of anyone looking at the Philippines as a potential investment site. No, compromises the decision to become an investor here. But what I wanted to zero in on, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, the use of an equity percentage restriction, actually, I mentioned this already earlier, is not an effective way of restricting investment. Before, an outright prohibition on a type of investment is probably more effective than putting a 60-40. And what happens from my personal view as a lawyer is that it leads to the practice of setting up dummies, even if we have an anti-dummy law. No? In any case, many of these investments are not compromising public interest or national interest. They're just trying to bring in more money into the country. But the restriction on whether it's 60-40 and all of these computations make it very, very difficult for potential investors. That's it, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you very much, Attorney Abad. So the way I understand it is you are telling us that investors would be more comfortable with the provision unless otherwise provided by law as a compromise rather than having that provision of percentage of ownership.
Yes, then they turn to the legislation that comes
Yes.
after to see that will be their guide for investment.
Yes, correct. Okay. So thank you very much, Attorney Abad. Thank you very much, Dr. Sikat. If there are other, Mr. Chair, are there any other resource persons who want to speak on the same topic? Who want to comment on the same topic?
Yes, just raise your hand, please, and you can be recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize Dr. Emmanuel Doy Santos.
Nice.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, putting a hard-coded proportion of equity can be counterproductive. I'll give you an example from Australia. They're currently pulling back in the energy sector, Mr. Chair. So, for example, if you're talking about, since we're on the topic of public services and utilities, now what proportion of our energy market or sector should be foreign owned? I think that is the more proper question, because you can allow foreign investment in, but then at some point, the executive may decide at some point that some of the investors no longer represent the national interest. And it may not have reached 40% yet. So in Australia, there is a Foreign Investment Review Board chaired by the Federal Treasurer. And his powers are he can actually force divestiture of companies if it is determined later on that they are no longer, that they have suddenly posed a risk. So the 60-40 can be quite arbitrary. What existing practice in other jurisdictions now focus on is the total concentration of the entire sector. So for example, the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines is owned, there's a 40% stake by a foreign company, let's say. It owns the entire national franchise. And even now, some are saying that it already poses a risk, doesn't it, Mr. Chair? So the thing here is, if we broke up the franchise, as I mentioned in my statement earlier, what is prevailing now is with renewables, Mr. Chair, is microgrids, community battery. So this is the thing about technology overtaking our original intent in the Constitution, our legal statutes and constitutional provisions. We didn't envision that each island in the Philippines could become a grid unto itself, powered by its own energy. We are a resource-rich country. We should consider our sun and wind. There are only few places in the world where you can harness natural renewable energy. So if that were the case, you could have one company managing the grid, a grid operator in one island. It doesn't pose a risk to the nation at all in that situation, Mr. Chair. So that's, I guess, my contribution to this discussion. Thank you.
Yes. On the other hand, you mentioned earlier na kung it poses a risk already overall, even if it has not reached the 40% threshold, then at least the government can act on it.
Yes.
So that's the other side of the coin.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. So in the FIRB, the Foreign Investment Review Board in Australia, factors taken into account include the national security, competition, the impact on the Australian government's policies like tax revenue and environment, the impact on the economy and the community, the character of the investor. So these are things that I would submit, Mr. Chair, the legislature could take up once you have approved the amendment unless otherwise provided by law. But that then allows you greater flexibility, because one country like Indonesia could then outdo you. For example, if you made it 51-49, another country could then increase their threshold for foreign investment, and then you'll have to revise your constitution again just to remain competitive with them, for example. So that's where I agree with Attorney Abad's point that not being too prescriptive in your constitution is the best standard practice, Your Honor, and it leads to less litigation, because the more words in your constitution, the more words for the Supreme Court to interpret, and it can take decades before they do so. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. So the way I understand it, ang sinasabi niyo po is yung flexibility, di ba? But the flexibility can go both ways. It can be flexible to loosen up. It can be flexible to tighten up. So ang tanong ko po is how will this be predictable to the investors that would want to invest because we have opened up if later on they think, no, we could tighten up also? Could you please enlighten us on that?
So, Mr. Chair, it only affects specific companies. It could, because it acts sort of like a BOI in the sense,
Ah, okay.
approving specific proposals. So so it's very surgical. In other words, it doesn't upset the other players that may be there. So they treat it on a case by case basis, and in that way, the others are secure, I suppose, Mr. Chair. Your
Thank you.
Honor.
Mr. Chair, are there other resource persons who want to comment on the same topic?
Yes, Attorney,
Donato. Mr.
yes,
Speaker.
you're recognized.
Attorney Donato.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer to the question of why not put in the Constitution the alternative rule that we should always allow 100% ownership in all these sectors. So my uh, personal answer to that is no. We should leave it to Congress. Mahirap po yung hard-coded 60-40, mahirap din po yung hard-coded 100%. Because everything depends on the economy. For
Attorney
example,
Donato, Mr. Chair, may I just interject something?
Yes, Congressman Chanco.
Attorney Donato, gusto ko lang po liwanagin, hindi po natin sinasabing 100%. Sinasabi lang natin kung lalagyan ba natin ng percentage o hindi. No? So gusto lang natin liwanagin po yun. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you po. So, for us, it's better to leave that question to Congress because the situation can change. I can imagine, for example, if today we are able to open the economy totally, and then 30 years from today, we're already like Singapore, surplus capital, full employment, zero unemployment. That is the time when local business can come to Congress and lobby for restrictions like that. Not today. Yun lang po.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, Professor Dr. Clarita Carlos would like to respond to the question of the Honorable Chanco.
Dr. Carlos, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to reiterate what I had earlier articulated last Monday, which is that in all industries, particularly in education, as we are already part of a globalized world, and as Yusek Gary earlier noted, we already have so many international treaty commitments, and they are not in sync with the restrictions that we find in the Constitution. I quite agree with my colleague here, Dr. Sikat, that our Constitution is the most talkative Constitution in the entire world. 22,000 words, for God's sake. So why are we putting all the nitty-gritty there when what we should put there would be just the basic principles, the rights and responsibilities of the citizens, and the rights and responsibilities of the state? In the case of the education, in the education realm, and I'm here now speaking as a political scientist and as an educator, for a long, long time, we've had the ASEAN university network system. That one undertakes collaborative research. Can we do collaborative research if we do not go beyond the nation state? So a lot of the shackles that we have put on ourselves, a lot of the restrictions, they're really preventing us from reaching the good life, however defined. And the good life here is defined as a high quality of human life. And so I think not only should we pay attention to the restrictions in the economic life of our nation, we should in fact revise the entire Constitution. Any and all aspects there which are restrictive, which do not facilitate us reaching a better quality of life, should be changed. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, if the Honorable Chanco can proceed with his interpellation.
No further questions, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank all our resource persons for giving their views and clarifying this matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to all our resource persons.
Thank you very much, Congressman Toby Chanco. Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize the gentle lady from BH Party List, the Honorable Bernadette BH Herrera.
Congresswoman B.H. Herrera from Party List BH, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang tanghali po sa ating resource persons, my colleagues. Well, my first question is on the issue of land ownership. It was mentioned earlier by former Secretary Teves. He correlated foreign land ownership to that it can prevent OFWs from leaving the country. Do you have a study on that? I'd like to understand the impact or ano po ang we've hardly had conversations regarding land ownership throughout these discussions. So may I know from Secretary Teves regarding this matter?
Secretary Teves. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, Your Honor, if I understood your question, and forgive me, I have some difficulty in hearing. Maybe the volume can be louder, but you're asking me about how the issue on ownership of land can be worked out. Is that the question?
Yes, I'd like to hear more about it.
Yeah, it's something like this, Your Honor. We all know that there are several lands in the provinces that we consider idle at the moment, but this can be further classified by an agency like the Bureau of Land Management, which I understand is under the Department of Natural Resources, Environment and Natural Resources, into residential, industrial, commercial, and so on. No? So what I meant by data-driven is that this can be classified and known to everybody, including our legislators. So what we envision, Mr. Speaker, is that eventually we will have some sort of a negative list per province, and the investors will know that he can buy this type of land, and therefore we can even further put some restrictions. For example, for residential land, it should be put up, the residence should be put up within 2 years. If it's in industrial land, it should be put up within 3 to 5 years. So it's very well known to everybody. And I would emphasize that our proposal is still an option on the part of the landowner to sell or to lease it. No. So we'll envision, Mr. Speaker, Madam, Your Honor, that eventually you'll see a lot of foreign investors moving to other areas outside of the growth areas like Metro Manila, Region 4A, Bulacan, or Central Luzon. And therefore, everybody will probably be less concerned because Metro Manila will probably be an area which is not available for sale. Lands here cannot be sale depending on your own decision in subsequent congresses. No, so that's what we meant, Your Honor, and we tried to suggest that perhaps Congress can consider also removing these restrictions on ownership of land. No?
Three, Mr. Chair, how would that impact the agricultural sector of our country? If you open that and then you said we will form a negative list. When you say negative list, meaning they will identify which are hands off for foreigners. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, Your Honor. They're not available for sale.
Not available for foreign.
Yeah.
Now, how would that impact the agricultural sector if we start opening it up?
Well, the other investors can now review and take a look at other provinces, no? And if the negative list there is different from one that you have mentioned, they might consider moving to that particular province because they need a particular type of land which is not available in another province, no? So it's very transparent. In fact, something similar to the negative list, Mr. Speaker, Congress can review this even every 3 to 5 years, no? And can monitor what's happening to So I can see competition taking place among provinces for foreign investors to come in. So that's why I thought that maybe development will be spread on a larger set of areas than confining ourselves to the traditional growth areas. No.
But of course, before we can do that, through you, Mr. Chair, we have to fix our comprehensive land use plan in the Philippines so that we can come up with a negative list.
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
In order to come up with a negative list, then that's still one responsibility we have to hurdle. Is that correct? Before we even think of opening this up.
What did it say? Well, that's my suggestion, Your Honor, because people are concerned that when we talk of land, everybody thinks that it might be in Metro Manila where land is already quite expensive, no? But the negative list will tell us that, oh, I come from Negros Oriental, for example, and many places in Negros Oriental are idle. So the foreign investor can say, let's take a look at Negros Oriental, which areas there can be allowed in terms of purchasing land. So that is a very useful information, Your Honor. So I think, I mean to say, just like other provisions now, right now, you remove that from the Constitution, and Congress can impose limitations or regulations. Eventually, that's what we meant. That what I can think of, well, first until CJ Puno mentioned about just remove it and don't mention even unless provided for by law. But I don't know how the congressmen or senators will take it. But from my understanding as a layman, that anyway, since it's no longer in the Constitution, Congress has the power to legislate. So that's really your call, Mr. Speaker, to handle that, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair, naiintindihan ko po yan. I'm just saying kasi nga po dito sa Congress, hindi pa po namin maipasa yung land use plan. And that's very integral in order for us to do this. I agree with you, but I would just like to manifest na kahit po mapasa natin tong unless otherwise provided for, if we do not do something about our land use plan, then that will remain a problem in the country. Kasi yung negative list would also be based on that land use plan. So I'd just like that to put that on record. Madam Chair and Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Dumdum. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I just wanted to talk about the part about land ownership. So in case we actually allow foreigners or foreign investors to come in and own land, there are ways that we can actually safeguard the land ownership by Filipinos so that we are not left out. We can always learn from countries like Malaysia, where in the case of Malaysia, they have a classification system of the kind of land that they have. So some land is available for foreigners to own, and they also have land that is reserved for Malays and or other indigenous people. And then they have a price minimum that is imposed so that foreigners who want to buy land cannot buy land that is cheaper than, say, 1 million ringgit, for example, which is a means of protecting the lower income families so that they can still afford land that is cheaper. So there are these safeguards that we can do. We can also, for instance, create special legislation that allows foreigners who have sons or daughters who are Filipino citizens to be able to own land and land of a particular size. Then we mentioned nothing bigger than this. And then maybe we can make a special category also of certain foreigners. If you are a foreigner who invests in a company with X percentage of ownership and you you create X number of jobs, then you can buy land of a higher what do you call this, a bigger size, no? for use in your business, et cetera, et cetera. So we can always have these kinds of special legislation and other safeguards set up. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pasensya ka na, alam ko wala sa RBH 7. But since na-open kasi yung discussion, I'd like to also look into that and discuss that. My next concern is that, I don't know who can answer this question, but would you agree, because naiwan sa Public Service Act yung maritime or ports, na kasama pa rin siya as a public utility. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have the highest pa rin cost of logistics and port fees in the country. Do you think it's high time that we make it part and release it from being a public utility in our country? Anybody can answer the question, Mr. Chair. Nangihingi lang po ako ng opinion nila kasi that's something that I believe has to be done in our country.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Secretary Agaton.
Mr.
Assistant
Chair,
Secretary.
we have generally the cabotage law still disallows international shipping from engaging in the domestic services. So I think that's an area that there's this domestic there was an amendment, but it only allowed foreign vessels to transfer goods from, for example, Port of Manila, and they're proceeding to the Port of Cebu. They can bring in shipments from Manila to Cebu, but in terms of really domestic shipping, that's still, by virtue of that cabotage law, still restricted. So more than the constitutional restriction, it's more of legislation actually, Mr. Chair.
Per leader.
Mr. Chair, I believe that Dr. Clarita Carlos would like to make her inputs on the query of Honorable Herrera.
Yes, Dr. Carlos.
Yeah, I think in line with the earlier position that I have taken in regard to this, even public utilities should in fact not be restricted. Because I think the main issue that we are looking at here, and we rarely pay attention to it, is the outcome that we want. Like in the case of this public utilities, it's really delivery of services. Which one is most effective and which one is most efficient? Does it matter that the one who owns it, who manages it, is of a certain nationality, of a certain gender, of a certain religion? I mean, all these things do not matter. What matters is delivery of effective and efficient services. It's the same thing in education. I mean, who will deliver, what will constitute effective learning? And the empirical evidence tells us that effective learning will come from the mastery of the subject matter by the professor. Does the professor need to be a Filipino? No. The professor must have mastery of the subject matter, whoever he is, whatever color of skin he has. So I think we should pay attention to the outcome that we want to hit. Let's not pay attention to who is delivering the services or the goods. It's the outcome that we should be concerned about.
Mr. Chair, Dr. Emmanuel Santos would like also to make a comment on the query of Representative Herrera.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, Your Honor. So if you were to pass the RBH 7, then you would no longer need to legislate excluding ports as a public utility, because then you could then do with it as you will. It was my position in the Senate hearing that I also participated in, where I said, if you keep excluding sectors like I mentioned, the grid, this power distribution and transmission, how thinly will you have to slice that ham until there's no more ham left? And so it is a better solution to just pass the resolution, in my view, so that you wouldn't have to keep slicing the ham and excluding, because pretty soon electric vehicles might come into the picture. and then we will be in the same boat. When it comes to ports, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, some legislators in the upper chamber, when I was there, took pride in carving out these sectors. It was my statement earlier that you cannot call a certain infrastructure like port and name it critical, because you could be a port in a very small island where there is no risk, for example, but you could be, so that may, it doesn't pose a national security risk, in other words. So you have to think strategically which ports are the places where most of our shipments come in. That is strategic, because if that is disrupted, mapipilay po yung flow ng goods and services, let's say, and it could cause food shortages, that sort of thing. But to say that every port in the entire archipelago, we are a maritime country. So as you mentioned, as was mentioned by the Honorable Congresswoman, yet we have the highest cost of logistics. For us as a maritime country, it is really, it beggars belief. And so for commerce, yes, you can possibly perhaps study categorizing different ports in different parts of the country, because you call it critical and strategic, and yet it is not really strategic to classify everything as strategic. That's not strategic in my opinion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Congresswoman Herrera.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. My next question. Well, Singapore, Malaysia, and Vietnam have strategic ties with Harvard, NUS, MIT. I'd like to know, with the present setup, what is stopping these schools from partnering with us here in the Philippines? Maybe Mr. Estrada can answer the question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker. Currently, we have the Transnational Higher Education Act. It was enacted in 2018, so it allows actually partnerships with foreign international schools to partner with us, but that is in higher education. So it allows it. So it allows partnership. And in basic education, there are also international schools that are legislated for them to have international character and for them to accept enrollment of aliens comprising more than 1/3, because that's also provided in the Constitution. But I think my own observation, Madam Chair, is that there are certain regulatory setups or the policy environment in general. There are certain aspects that are not aligned with some international or other jurisdictions. Like I remember in the past there was some issue on the school calendar. We were not able to send students despite the student mobility and faculty were not able to capitalize on that because of this. So those have nothing to do with really with the foreign equity participation, but really just the regulatory environment that we have now.
So if we start opening it up, ano ang magiging protection naman natin from, na hindi tayo pasukin din ng kung ano man ang curriculum nila that's allowed in the country? What is the protection that we could put forward?
Yeah. If we examine closely, even in the proposed revision itself, you already have controls there. Number one is that it says the Filipino equity may also be increased. It also says that the control and administration shall be vested in Filipino citizens. So nandun na rin po yung control. While there is that provision that says unless otherwise provided by law, that may also be construed as a future legislation that will even strengthen that protectionism, di ba? So we cannot say that it will overturn that, no? So and I think that's very hard to overturn. But looking at other provisions of the Constitution as it is now, I think there's an abundance of protection in education in our Constitution. In fact, an entire article in the Constitution is devoted to education, Article 14. And yung pong sinabi niyo about curriculums, I just would like to focus on that, no? Kasi diyan yung halimbawa, foreign schools can come up with their own curricula that may not be aligned with our public policy, with our culture, for example. And that is aligned with the guarantee of academic freedom that is enshrined in our Constitution or also under Article 14, Section 5, Paragraph 2. But in the case of Pimentel versus Legal Education Board, the Supreme Court said that that academic freedom is not a standalone provision in the Constitution. It should align with the exercise of reasonable supervision and regulation of the state. Meaning, kahit po sila ay may academic freedom, it will still be subject to the regulatory powers of the state. Because when they come in, as I look at it now, when foreign investors come in and invest in education institutions, they will just be local schools. They will still be domestic corporations. They will still be subject to the regulatory powers of the Commission on Higher Education, the Department of Education, unless a law is passed giving international character to a specific school, which the Constitution also provides. And I presume that it will not be touched because it's not included in the under RBH 7. Ito po yung provision that says, no education institution shall be established exclusively for aliens, nor a group of aliens shall comprise more than 1/3 of the enrollment in an education institution, unless otherwise provided by law. And based on my own survey, I think mga 7 pa lang po yata yung nabigyan, or even lower, maximum of 7 na education institutions na meron pong batas or legislative franchise, if I may, na nagbibigay po ng international character sa mga schools ito. So, I think tama po yung sinabi nyo kanina, hindi po ganun kabilis. If we open up, I don't think, no, then everyone will come in, no, in our country. Salamat po.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I think Ma'am Clarita Carlos would like to say
Doctora
something.
Carlos.
Thank you. I think nothing prevents us from linking with universities elsewhere in the world. If we look at the Cornell University UP Los Baños partnership, that dated back even to the 50s, and that continued and really made much more robust many of our curricula in UP Los Baños. At the time I came in, my department, Carlos P. Romulo was the UP president. And what Carlos P. Romulo did was really open up the whole university system to all kinds of linkages. So in my department at the UP, we in fact had many Americans. In fact, I did my graduate work there. And our American professors really came from the best universities in the United States of America. So I think to go back to my earlier theme, that expertise is not geography bound. You know, you can be in any geography and you can be either a mediocre person or an expert. So education should really be open to all forms of viewpoints. Like science, it cannot be fettered by legislative fiat or executive action. Because after all, we scientists worship only in the altar of science. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, my next question. Sa foreign ownership. Marami po kaming experience dito sa Congress na nakakaroon kami ng hearing and investigation dahil restriction ng foreign ownership, pero nagkakaroon din ng internal arrangement na hindi naman ganun yung totoong partnership ng foreign and local. Kaya maraming court cases involving that kasi gusto ng foreign company na i-pursue yung original or internal agreement nila than the ones that we set forth because we are limited. Tama po, this is happening in our country right now. Naglolokohan lang tayo kumbaga because of the restriction that we put forward, pero hindi naman po nasusunod dahil meron ding side agreement sila. Am I correct in my observation? Because we've seen several court cases filed with these problems in our country. Mr. Chair, hindi ko po alam.
We'll have Attorney Adbat, and then we will have Mr. Calixto Timoco after.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, yes, that's correct. As I said, equity percentage restriction is an ineffective means of regulation. And what happens is you only encourage lawyers like myself to make these arrangements with the foreigner. And in any case, when I analyze it, the capital is being brought in is helpful to the country, but they have to go through this arrangement simply because there's a 60-40 for $200,000 paid up capital. It doesn't make any sense, but the rule is there. So all of these arrangements have to be done. And it's only those investors that have the stomach for this kind of illicit arrangements that come to the Philippines.
Kay Mr. Chair, yun lang po yung sinasabi ko. It doesn't mean that we have this, nasusunod siya. Because in actuality, it's happening that a lot of foreign owners, a lot of companies are more than 40% owned because of the internal arrangement or side agreements that are being made. Tama po ba?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Yes, from the Foundation for Economic Freedom, and after, Neda.
I think you already have an example. That's the Piatco controversy, right? It leads to more corruption, because our laws will be subverted through corruption. So that has already happened, and and I think also what it leads to is adverse selection. In other words, investors are willing to subvert our laws. They're the ones that are willing to come in here. And those might not necessarily the investors that we want. Those might even pose security risks because they are the ones who are willing to corrupt our officials to be able to subvert the law. So it doesn't mean to say that when we have these restrictions, then it will be followed.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chair, last question na lang. Somebody suggested.
Congresswoman Herrera, I
Thank-
think Neda wanted to comment.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, Yusek Edelion.
Yes, thank you very much, and Your Honor. And just to chime in into the conversation on the 60-40, we think as well that a big problem has to do with the lack of capital on the part of Filipinos. Because if you have a foreigner who is willing to put up the 40%, then he has to look for that Filipinos who can put up the 60%. And doon nagkaka-problema madalas. So that's where you have all this yung side arrangements na sinasabi niya. And if I can just go back to your question kanina on the schools, why is it that they have not put up their schools here? So one would be the yun nga, yung ownership ng schools, no? So especially for proprietary schools that are, they really put a lot of investment on the name, the quality, etc. So they want to make sure na nasa kanila pa rin yung control noon. And then with respect to even if they let go of the let's say yung mga let's say the ownership, ang isang nagiging problema because of the policy stance which is very very close to parang protectionist, parang ganyan. What happens is all the other regulations follow. So it's really very difficult to secure, for instance, an alien employment permit. I know, for instance, that Congresswoman Stella has that problem when she was the department chair before. Na ang komplikadong kumuha, and then it's only for a year. Tapos after a year, i-renew mo na naman. Ganon, kasi it follows the policy stance, which is very hindi siya ganun ka-welcoming. So entonces you have all these other problems coming in, and especially nga yung mga schools na that are proprietary would not really put up their schools here.
Thank you.
Congresswoman Herrera, I think we have another resource person via Zoom who wants to
Okay.
share his opinions.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Dr. Eduardo Araral Jr., he is now in Singapore, would like also to make his comment on the matter.
Okay.
I move that we recognize him. So
He
he will
may-
be joining us via Zoom, Your Honor.
Yes, he may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, your honors. Let me just weigh in on few of the questions raised by Congressman Herrera. First on the utilities, second on the entry of foreign universities here in Singapore. Your Honor, I recall a story told to me by my friends from Malaysia and a few other investors. In the late 1990s, the chairman and CEO of Merck's, one of the world's largest shipping companies, actually went to the Philippines and they wanted to set up base in Subic. So they met President Ramos at that time. The long and short of the story is that they pulled out and they went to Malaysia, Port Klang, simply because they said it's a 60-40 arrangement. They're not willing to put up 40% capital and take all the risk for that kind of business. So isa pong example yon how we have driven away yung mga investors instead na pupunta sa Pilipinas. And I mentioned this story, Mr. Chairman, because here in Singapore, mas mura po mag-ship ng goods from Singapore to China than it is to ship from Mindanao to Manila. And that contributes a lot to the inflation, food inflation, because napakamahal po ng shipping cost ng Pilipinas. And then as an archipelago, and I know this very well, I also work in Indonesia. They're also opening up yung shipping lanes nila to international investors kasi nga hindi efficient yung kanilang mga state-owned enterprises and mga protectionist policies. So that's one way to reduce inflation, Mr. Chair, if we can bring the cost of food products from Mindanao to the rest of the Philippines by having more efficient and competitive logistics. Pangalawa po, yung point ni Yusek Idilion kanina, totoo po yun na kulang na ang puhunan ng mga local investors sa Pilipinas, lalo na doon sa mga big capital tickets, mga infrastructure katulad ng power plants o mga sa water supply, sewerage, and so on. And that's probably the reason why they're not coming to the Philippines, because these are highly political investments, and then they are limited to 40%, and then they take all the risks. Kaya hindi po pumapasok silang yan. And in the many countries I have worked, and I've worked in so many countries, probably more than 50 countries now, and I live in Singapore, wala po mga ganong restrictions sa Constitution. All the countries I've worked with, they allow their Congress to make these decisions, not in the Constitution. The third and final point po is yung need for flexibility in the future. For example, the future of transport is electric vehicles. Sino po ba may mga capital sa Pilipinas to invest in electric vehicles? Mahal ang switching cost. And mga foreign investors po, hindi po papasok yan kung 40% lang sila. No? And we need not just their money, but also their technology. And I think that's very important. Which brings me to my final point po. Dito sa Singapore, wala pong restrictions sa pagpasok ng mga universities. But they are very, very selective. Hindi po sino-sino pumapasok and very targeted po ang kinukuha nila. They want an expertise on AI, they get this university. They want an expertise on finance, they get this university, on medicine, and so on. And I suggest the same thing for the Philippines. We get the universities that the Philippines really needs. For example, renewable energy, artificial intelligence, engineering, and so on. Now, wala tayo sa ngayon. And so more than the capital, what we need, your chair, your honor, is the foreign expertise to also come to the Philippines. And for that to come, it's not enough to just open up the restrictive provisions, but also to actively court them. And this is what is happening now in Singapore. So kaya po dumating dito si Taylor Swift because mahilig po mag-hustle ang Singapore government. They go around the world to really hustle. Maganda ang reputation of Singapore because it's an open and welcoming economy. And the Philippines already suffers from bad publicity, bad press that we are not welcoming to foreign investors. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, since
Thank
nandyan
you
po
very
siya, tatanong ko lang, may phone-in question dito. What happened to NUS Yale? Why did it close down?
Alam ko po yun, yung daughter ko po graduate ng Yale and US. Ang mode po ng Singapore is they award contracts to foreign partner universities. And then after a certain period of years, re-reviewin nila if they want to continue. Hindi po forever and lifetime yung mga contracts nung ina-award ng Singapore government. So hindi po unique yung nangyari sa Yale NUS. Natapos na po yung kanilang kontrata, nasubukan nila yung kanilang curriculum, natuto po ang NUS tungkol doon sa Yale partnership, kaya nagtayo po ang NUS na sarili nitong liberal arts education. But the inside story really is that mahal po yung business model ng Yale NUS because the government is also paying Yale substantial amount of money. And so ang sabi ng NUS po, we can now take over from Yale and then expand the instead of just limited number of students, they will expand the offering to other students as well. So the long and short of it po is pwede na ipagpatuloy ng NUS yung kontrata with Yale.
Okay, thank you for that. Kung wala na, Mr. Chair, I'm down to my, okay.
Mr.
Your
Chair,
Honor.
Attorney Antonia Abad would like to make a comment.
Thank you. Pahabol lang, Your Honor. Very quickly, because you were asking about equity restrictions and how it might lead to certain activities. No? Yung sinasabi nating dummy activities, I can only speculate or allege. No? But there are ways, lawyers are very creative. There are legal ways to actually get around the 60-40 rule, such as the input of technology transfer in the joint venture agreement. It is a legal way of getting around it, but it also makes it still very difficult, no? Which in any case, the investment most probably is not critical or is not going to be harmful to the economy. So it's better that we don't have these restrictions, these percentage restrictions. No? Thank you.
Your leader.
Are you done? Aye. Mr. Chair, Dr. Sikat would like to be recognized to make a comment on the matter.
Yes,
Thank
Dr.
you,
Sikat.
thank you very much. I'd like to add my a little viewpoint on the general trend of discussion because even with we have been discussing lots of restrictions on land, on education, and so on. And I'd like to add a point that I have made in an earlier discussion of this. I'd like to add my additional concerns on the points that have been raised because they are of a general nature. Most of the discussion about some of the results or consequences of certain provisions are really matters that are covered generally in legislation. But the main problem we have in this country is that the Constitution had zeroed in on specific items restricted by various types of specific provisions. Because of this, we have been forced to go into a lot of details in national debate on issues, and then we find out that we cannot deal with most of them because there are restrictions that have channeled us through the provisions of the Constitution. Now, as I have said in my earlier discussion, most of the constitutions in the world, they really don't discuss these matters. For instance, the issue of education is specified in our constitution. Most of the constitutions I have read, if they mention education, it's only in relation to the provision of basic issues like how to educate the young and what kinds of general propositions related to education. Everything else is not mentioned. That means that education in general, like public utilities and most of the other constitutions, and many of those that we deal with in this discussion of restrictive provisions, they are really matters that are not covered in their constitutions. We have spent years of legislative debate, national debate on many of these issues. And oftentimes we end up doing nothing because the Constitution provided a certain stop to the debate because somebody says it's unconstitutional. Many projects in the country have not progressed forward in the past. For instance, some examples related to forestry. There are various paper companies. Many countries invest in forestry concessions in other countries so that they can import logs later on. These are very long-term propositions. We were discussing possibilities of this or some proposals of this type I've heard when I was in government. We stopped doing them. So in general, if we had a more liberal constitution, we can discuss all these matters, including problems of corruption much more effectively. In fact, the problems of corruption will probably not arise. I heard many of the provisions of law are the result of efforts. I mean, provisions related to the Constitution are related to efforts of stakeholders to sort of go around the law, and then they have to get involved in phenomena of what I've heard, dummies, and then all these things. Corruption and graft and corruption increases probably because of these problems. That's the main point about simplifying the provisions. Now, there have been suggestions on how to really amend the Constitution, the unless amended by law provision, which means the text is still there. Or as I think Justice Puno has said, maybe abolition of the provision would be the simplest way to do this. There might be a third way. I don't know whether it will be bought by our members, but the third way is to review how we can really cut down the words in the Constitution so that we can make it so much simpler. I must say that I don't want to get involved in all the rest of the Constitution, but do you know that in the case of the article on national economy and patrimony, we have 1,745 45 words, when the Constitution of Indonesia that I mentioned is less than that in terms of length. And then the article on Section 13 is 1,438, social and human rights. About one half of those have economic implications. And some of the implications are orders to do things that we cannot do, like providing income of so much, a living wage, for instance, enshrined there. We cannot, living wage is a concept that moves with the times. It's not something that we can fix. But then, because it's there, people demand living wage in minimum wage discussions that we cannot afford.
Julie, thank you.
Thank you.
Duly noted. I down to my last question. Kahit siguro 2 resource persons lang yung sumagot kasi marami pa pong magtatanong. Somebody suggested to me that kahit ilagay natin yung unless otherwise provided for by law, pwedeng magtagal naman before we file our respective bills again to amend certain provisions of the Constitution. They're asking, and I'd like to know your opinion on this. Tama rin po ba kung lalagyan daw ng unless otherwise provided by law, which will be enacted not more than 1 year after the amendments, 2 years after the amendments, so that we could put forward everything. It was a suggestion given to me. I'd like to know the opinion of one or two resource persons, Madam Chair, and that will be my last question already.
Yes, who would like to answer the question?
Mr. Chair, maybe Attorney Nonato would like to, Madam Chair, maybe Attorney Nonato would like to answer the question.
Yes, please proceed.
And then Attorney Nonato and Attorney Abad. Madam Chair.
Uh, Your Honor, my problem with that is it will make the Constitution even longer. And for me, so much simpler if we could all agree, let's just remove these provisions. And anyway, the Constitution has directed in general the legislature to, to legislate an economy that is effectively controlled by Filipinos and that is for the benefit and development of the people of the Philippines. So it will be up to the Congress to develop these. No? Well, it would be good to have a prescriptive period that's attached to this, but then that's it creates more complexity when what we are after in this effort, in this is our chance, our opportunity to make things simpler for the people, to make it more concise, make it more understandable for the ordinary Filipino. So, yan ang, that's my opinion on this.
Thank you.
Yes, please proceed.
Sir, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. During my last week, during my first appearance, we cited two options. One is the legislative option, unless otherwise provided by law, and the delete option, you just delete. We expressed our preference for the second option. Why? Because when you say unless otherwise provided by law, you still have to wait for a law. And since we are bicameral, that takes a long time. For example, right now I'm consultant of KPMG. We assist, as part of their team, we assist the DOF. There's a Senate bill, valuation, standardization of valuation of real property. And I found out in those hearings that bill has been there for 20 years. So, ano po yun? So, do we have to wait? Ganun ho ba yun? So, baka wala na ho tayo noon. So, yun lang po yun. Yun si ma'am.
I
Thank
think
you.
yung suggestion niya is akala niya mas mapapabilis. That's why parang binigyan kami ng timetable to ensure that if we provide that, we have to pass laws right away. But I get your point, and that's duly noted, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, I think there's one more, and then Yusek Edilon.
Yusek Cadillion.
Yes, thank you. Speaking not as NEDA, may caveat kagad. Anyway, yes, I actually echo the opinions of the previous speakers. And it's really because, let me just give the example of the practice of professions. Actually, ang nakalagay sa Constitution is that save in cases provided by law, the practice of profession is reserved to yung citizens of the
Ma'am, palapit
Philippines.
lang, hindi ko po kayo marinig.
I'm sorry? Yun ang nasa ano. Pero every time kasi that we come up with a foreign investment negative list, so we would have a sweep of all the laws that have been passed, ano? And then we would notice na lahat ng mga laws that have been passed with respect to the practice of profession, nire-restrict lalo. Doon. So talagang ano, so ganun yung ano, ganun yung tendency. So there would be some na open subject to reciprocity na nire-recognize din naman namin yan. So so that is you're right, no? Tsaka yung mga kasama ko na baka masyado magtagal. Yan. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the resource persons. Thank you.
Floor leader.
Madam Chairman, I move that we recognize the Honorable Janet Karen for her interpellation.
The Honorable Janet Garin from the First District of Iloilo is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me put forward my first question to Mr. Miguel Valdez. Earlier, Madam Chair, he showed a slide showing declining NAT scores, declining team scores, and a stagnating PISA scores. Will he confirm that his slides showed a declining and a plummeting yardsticks in terms of measuring the quality of education that our people are getting?
Hello. Can you please repeat the latter part of the question?
Mr. Chair, if it will not be taken from my time, ang tanong lang po natin, doon po sa pinakita nyo kanina, ang ibig po ba sabihin noon, bumababa yung quality ng edukasyon na naibibigay sa ating mga kababayan?
Yes po.
Okay. Your next slides also showed an increasing investment in terms of expenditure in education and likewise an increasing classroom shortage. Can this be attributed to an increasing population in our country, Mr. Valdez?
It can be attributed to rising population but in the same span, nag-increase din po lagi yung budget so dapat po nakaka-keep up siya. ACT has previously released mga estimates kung magkaano po ba dapat ang ini-invest per year in a span of time para mahabol po yung shortage. So, ayun po.
You also mentioned na lumalaki ang kita ng private sector. Do we have a data how much in terms of taxes is being paid to the government from these educational institutions? Both basic and tertiary, both under CHED and DepEd.
ASPBI does not include magkano po ba yung tax pero yung total income po ay pwede pong ma-compute by deducing
No, do
total
we have the
revenue.
data or wala? It's a simple yes
Wala
or no.
po.
So we don't have the data. Will it be safe to presume na yung binabayad nilang mga buwis ay tila halos wala?
I would not be confident to answer the question, so I'd leave it to other resource speaker that may be able to answer po.
Yeah. So Madam Chair, may I address this next question to Attorney Abad or Mr. Dumdum or Mr. Toti of the Foundation for Economic Freedom? Kasi sa kasalukuyan pong nangyayari, dahil hindi pinapayagan, ay nagkakaroon ng skirting around laws. Or ibig sabihin, hinahanapan ng paraan para makapag-locate dito yung ibang mga schools of international standards. Kaya ang nangyayari, either they will be entering in the guise of a religious sector, which is a non-stock, non-profit institution, or paminsan-minsan naman ay kailangan nilang pumasok dito to serve the diplomats, the children and the families of our diplomats. Can our two resource person confirm this?
Yes, who would like to answer? Attorney Abad?
Well, I'm only aware of the existence of the international schools, and of course the religious orders, and I can confirm as far as I know. Beyond that, I mean about other schools and other means of getting around the law. I'm not fully aware.
Mr.
And you
Dumdum?
can confirm that they don't pay taxes, right? They're exempted from paying
yes.
taxes. Maybe, Madam Chair, we can get the opinion of the Department of Education,
Yes.
Yusek Rebsi or his representative.
Joyce and that.
Director Andaya, if you can, of DepEd.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm afraid I am not privy to this since these are international schools.
But they are located in the Philippines, Madam Chair. At alam niyo po ang rules governing their establishment. So my question is very simple. Are they exempted from taxes or not?
Your Honor, may we confer with our USEC when he comes back? Thank you.
Okay, let me move forward to my next question, Madam Chair. While I am waiting an answer to that question, and again go back to Mr. Miguel Valdez, no? Sa inyo pong prinisinta, paano nyo po mako-compare ang, let's say, reading skills or the quality of education between the graduates of private institutions in the Philippines and the graduates from government institutions?
Please repeat the question lang po para I'm clear with what I'm gonna answer po.
Please don't deduct from my time. Base po doon sa sinabi nyo kanina at doon sa inyong presentation, paano nyo po maikukumpara in terms of reading skills or the quality of education, the quality of graduates that are being produced by the private institutions vis-a-vis the government institutions on a basic education point of view?
Yung NAT po, nagsisegregate po sila ng data within yung scores po ng mga students from private schools. Tapos meron din po mga different international assessments where they also take into account kung saan galing school po yung mga estudyante at ano yung scores nila. In both cases, in national and international assessments, it shows that private schools have better educational outcomes.
So private schools have better educational outcome. Pero sa ipinakita mo kanina, ang sinasabi mo, dahil kulang ng classrooms, dahil kulang ng investment in education, do you think that the investments that our government are putting into education is not commensurate to the quality of graduates that our country is getting? And if I may move further, ang ipinapikita nyo kasi, ang problema is classroom shortage. But will you agree with me if I say that the problem is not only classroom shortage, but there is a problem on management? Yung pamamahala ng mga paaralan na nasa ating gobyerno ngayon. Will you agree with me with me on that, Mr. Valdez?
Based on the recent EDCOM reports, it shows that mula po sa budget, tapos yung how much actually goes through, ay mababa po yung rate. So yes, there is a part of management po.
In other words, Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, I now go back to Mr. Dumdum and of course to Mr. Totti from the Foundation of Economic Freedom. Sa pananaw niyo po ba, nagiging ganito dahil kulang sa competition? At parang ando dun yung paniniwala na because they are institutions under the government, they don't really care whether we are producing quality students. And if I may add on that, on your point of view as economists, hindi po ba ang ganitong mga problema ay nalalagyan ng solusyon kapag binibigyan ng kompetisyon?
Yes, Mr. Dumdum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, I do believe sa pananaw ko po, kinakailangan nga po talaga ng kompetensya, ng kompetisyon dahil sa kakulangan ng kompetisyon, sa kakulangan ng pagpasok nitong mga international institutions of higher learning or international educational institutions, wala pong rason na makipagkompetensya ang ating mga paaralan dito sa Pilipinas at parang ang nangyayari, kulang din sila sa exposure, kulang din po sila sa linkages and cooperative endeavors na maaring mangyayari kapag nandito po sila, kung marami pong nandito sa Pilipinas na mga international educational institutions. Po.
From FEF, Madam Chair.
Well, ang FAF po ay naniniwala sa kompetisyon dahil naniniwala po kami na bigyan ng school vouchers ang mga ating mga estudyante para meron silang choice. Naniniwala kami na kailangan po ang student first po ang mentality. Ibig sabihin, yung estudyante ang dapat magdesisyon kung gusto niya pumunta sa public o kung sa private school. So, maumpisahan po natin to ng school vouchers, lalo na doon sa mga sumosobra sa 40 yung na estudyante na nakasikip ngayon sa public schools. Since kulang ng public ng facilities, classrooms of private schools, but hindi ho natin gamitin yung mga facilities ng private schools by giving them vouchers. So magkakaroon ng competition. Now there'll be more competition if there'll be more foreign schools that will come here and also provide options for our students.
So in other words, Madam Chair, if I get it right from a resource person, baka mas maganda talaga ang competition and the government will have two investments. One, investing on government institutions, but at the same time investing on scholars, both in government and private, para makita kung saan ba talaga yung tamang ROI. May I now shift the question to our former Secretary of Finance, the Honorable Gary Teves. Kapag ang usapan po ay dagdag na classroom, dagdag na investment sa edukasyon, hindi po bang ibig sabihin dito ay dagdag na buwis sa taong bayan?
The resources, Your Honor, you're referring, whether they
Yes,
should
Mr.
be added to government support for education. Yes, that is what we are supporting, Your Honor. For the private, I guess there should be more competition among themselves, including foreign investors. No.
And when we talk about being nationalistic and containing it within the Philippines and increasing the investment on expenditure, government investment, is that tantamount to increasing taxes so that we can fulfill the demands of an increasing population?
Yes, more resources should be utilized by the government for education, Your Honor. The private sector can come over and then invest in other areas. So resources can be utilized more properly and effectively.
So Mr. Chair, for the record, madali pong sabihin, magdagdag tayo ng classroom, magbuhos ang gobyerno ng mas malaki o bilyon-bilyon na investment sa education. And I agree with that. Subalit, ang katanungan, saan siya kukunin? Magbabayad ba si Juan at Maria de la Cruz? And is it worth the investment? Dahil minsan, tali tayo dun sa ating mga government institutions, specifically on basic education. Pagkatapos nakikita naman natin na minsan yung pamamalakad ay hindi naman nagtra-transcend sa mas magagaling or magandang quality of education that our children are getting. Let me move forward to another question, Madam Chair. Noong nakaraang mga araw, narinig po natin sa DepEd na ang kanilang objection is that RBH 7 might result to national security concerns. We have here a resource person who's a former senator, former cabinet member, and who has vast and extensive knowledge on national security. May I get his wisdom from that? Tama po ba na sabihin ng DepEd na huwag nating buksan ang Pilipinas sa investors dahil ito ay national security threat?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, in very candid terms, araw-araw po subjected tayo to hacking. Araw-araw na ginawa ng Diyos. So what, in effect, are we protecting? We are protecting our data management system and the data itself. Data, information is the new oil, the new gold. It is a universal commodity that must be protected for our purposes in the light of our desire to protect our highest national and public interest. So ang approach po natin dito ay to future-proof our systems through effective or stronger regulatory interventions. Yung national security po na aspeto, iba na ho ngayon. The world is changing even in terms of security concerns. There are no front lines anymore. Everything is almost digital. And what should be our approach? Our approach should be correspondingly high-tech and digital. It is also a question, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, of a system of national priorities. Nabanggit niyo ho kanina na with our contracted fiscal space, hindi lang dahil sa COVID, talagang kapos po tayo, lalong-lalo na sa financial resources. So, we must introduce a system of national priorities para maunawaan natin at the highest policy-making level kung alin ang uunahin, magkano ang ibibigay. And I assume this must be driven by our intention to connect, no, to decide, and to serve the farthest, the poorest, and the smallest. Then we go to the issue of connectivity. Sa kwan po, sa security sector, tatlo po ang operational readiness criteria. You must be able to move, to communicate, and to shoot. Wag na ho muna yung shoot. Move and communicate muna tayo. Connectivity po is an interesting dimension. Even as we look at the issue of charter changes, no? Yung connectivity po, wala ho tayo talagang kita dyan. Once we connect the entire country, in fact po, you mentioned my tour of duty as Secretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. My marching orders po, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, was clear from no less than the President of the Philippines during that time. He said, connect government to other governments, domestic and global. Connect government to business for productivity. Connect government to the citizens and everybody to each other. And do this faster and cheaper if not free. Yun po ang marching orders ko na sinubukan naming gawin. Last point po. This is not a complaint. This is not a negative commentary. But the appreciation for government itself on information and communications technology being the future, data being given as the new oil and new gold, is limited. Kailangan ho, we must upgrade the appreciation of government for ICT being the future. Meron ho tayong infrastructure, tulay, kalsada, pero meron din ho tayong mas cost-effective na infrastructure. So, ang issue po is connectivity even for purposes of national security. Now, I hesitate to discuss this in public, but anyway, it's out in the open. We are dealing with the West Philippine Sea issue as a national security problem. I believe, and this is just a personal view, that those who threaten us cannot afford to wage a positional conventional warfare. Why? They are already here. They are already in Binondo, in Tanay. They are immersed. This is the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere of World War II, Part 2. Nandito na ho sila. So
Therefore, Madam Chair, ang sinasabi po ni Senator Gringo Honasan, ang connectivity or ang ating pakikipagsama sa ibang mga bansa, lalo't-lalo na sa ikauunlad ng ating ekonomiya, ay hindi national security threat. Do I hear you right, Madam Chair, distinguished Honorable Honasan?
Your Honor, bigyan ko kayo ng glaring example. If food security has been elevated to the level of a national security problem, if we cannot feed our own people from our own production without smuggling or importing, and we call ourselves a sovereign state, technology intervention, hinak na ho tayo during my watch. The passcodes of the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines was hacked. Remotely, this foreign power could unleash 10 cubic kilometers of water, inundating thousands of barangays and settlements. Can you imagine, Your Honors, Mr. Speaker, if they are able to intervene in our power system? Pero kung kang ATM card, sarado naman. yung mga bangko. So, what is my point? My point really is
So
that
it's a
this-
yes, Madam Chair, or it's a no? Is national security a problem with regards to the approval of RBH 7 o hindi? Ang pagbubukas ba ng ating ekonomiya ay considered the national security threat as what the position paper of DepEd has signified or hindi? It's a no, as I gather from, tama po ba, Madam Chair, Your Honor?
Uh, Madam Chair, Your Honor, am I...
Yes, yes.
Kanina po, let me relate this. I'm sorry to go on this monologue. No? Naitanong po ng previous interpellator, how do we protect our children? I also was provoked by the statements of the Honorable Dr. Sikat. No? Sabi niya, simplicity is genius. We should cut down on the wordiness of our Constitution. Pag tinatanong ko po yung mga abogado, if we compress the Philippine Constitution to a few sentences, they referred me to Article 3. No person shall be deprived of, so protect life, liberty, and property. There's another area we should protect. We should protect our data and future-proof it. That is how we protect our children. By giving them accurate, complete, and timely data so that they can learn from our living example when they become the national leaders of this country, how to future-proof our development efforts. That's how I would respond to it.
So Madam Chair, let me move forward to my next question. If I may address this to Yusek Rebsi Escobedo. Narinig niyo na po ba ang kasabihang, no man is an island?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Do you believe in that, Madam Chair, Your Honor?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do believe.
Will you also confirm in saying that no country is an island?
Yes, Madam Chair.
In other words, walang isang bansa ang kayang tumayo lamang sa dalawa niyang paa na hindi nakikipag-ugnayan sa ibang mga bansa because of globalization. Can you confirm this, Madam Chair, distinguished Rebsi Escobedo?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Noong dumaang pandemic na hindi gumalaw ang mundo, huminto ang mundo, the world stopped because of the pandemic. Movements, communications, and coordination was limited. May inquire from Attorney Donato, ano po ang nangyari sa mundo?
Yes, Attorney Donato.
Doon po sa COVID, ma'am, ang experience namin, basically, during the first year, practically we stopped. We had to know, okay lang yung, ang mahirap po doon is yung no transportation. So basically we were forced to adapt, and months later we did the telecommunication, telecommuting, yung how is that related to the foreign investments? Doon ho nakita na kulang tayo sa infrastructure. So nabulagta ho lahat. So yung we had to adapt several months later, and it would have been much better if we were prepared. So yan po yung foreign investments in telecommunications and in transportation.
So Madam Chair, if I may again ask Attorney Donato, nung nangyaring pandemya, kung saan tila may senyales na ito ang mangyayari kapag nag-iisa ka at wala kang kaakibat sa iyong problema, did that show the impact of how will it be and what will it be if we exist as a single country? Dahil yun po ang ginagawang rason ng mga umaayaw ng RBH 7.
Mahirap po yung isolated. If aside from ang makikita ko po, aside from the yung sa COVID, kung wala ho tayong cooperation noon, wala tayong mga yung tinatawag nila ng vaccine, etc. Ang nakikita ko po, for example, yung Yolanda, if we did not have international cooperation, that would have been much worse. Sa maalala ko po noon, ang first responders doon foreign. The military was ordered to stand down. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. I can speculate, but I will not share that here. But yun po yung mahirap po yung stand alone na that's like North Korea. So kung may problema sa pagkain, saan tayo pupunta? So kailangan po yung para sa amin, I actually do my practice is foreign investment regulation, mergers and acquisitions, and I deal often with them.
In
So
other
yung,
words, Madam Chair, di hamak na mas beneficial na nakakipagtulungan tayo sa ibang mga bansa at tayo ay bukas kesa na ang sabihin natin tayo-tayo lang. Ganun po ba?
tama po yun. And as pointed out by a resource person, yung technology po, that's what we do not have. If we do it ourselves, R&D, ang tagal po nun. They already have it there. And they just come over, share it with us, we pay for it, and then that's it.
Yan, just to give an input because you mentioned Yolanda. I was in the executive during that time and even before Yolanda landed or Typhoon na yan landed in the Philippines, we were getting our information in terms of direction, strength, how to prepare, where to preposition from other countries. Madam Chair, kung pwede
Yes,
po, wag lang
Mr.
tanggalin
Dumdum
sa
wants to say something.
yeah, wag
Mr.
lang
Dumdum.
tanggalin sa time ko. I would just like to go back to Secretary Gary Teves very quickly dahil
Yes.
he would like to expound on my question earlier. So, Secretary Teves, my question was actually, ang sabi kasi ng iba, hindi natin kailangang buksan ang economic provisions specifically on the education sector dahil ang kailangan ng gobyerno ng Pilipinas ay magbigay pa ng mas maraming short classroom, mas maraming pera, mas maraming teacher at infrastructure para sa edukasyon. At dapat ito ay sa Pilipino lamang, government at that point. Ang tanong ko, kapag ito ba ay ginawa, saan ba kinukuha ang pampondo dito? Ito ba ay uutangin? Ito ba ipapasa kay Juan at Maria para magkaroon ng dagdag na buwis? So, Madam Chair, if we can recognize Secretary Gary
Yes,
Teves.
Sec. Teves, please answer.
Thank you very much. Magpapamuna ako na hindi ko masyadong narinig mabuti yung tanong po ninyo. Ang tanong po nyo ang punto nyo ay kung sakaling may foreign investor na papasok, ang magandang oportunidad na po ng ating gobyerno yan na wag na silang umutang o konti na utang nila, yung pera na idadagdag nila sa mga state university, pwede nang idagdag dun sa classroom, sa mga elementary, at hindi na kailangan na mataas na buwis. No? In other words, talaga makakatulong ang foreign investment kasi makakadagdag ng resources sa bansa po yan. No? At mag-improve pa rin yung quality of education kasi may kompetensya na po sa ating mga local investors sa mga universities. Kapos na po ang pera natin sa education. Tsaka dun sa area po ninyo sa health, pwedeng madagdagan na ang pondo sa health. So ang quality of education sa quality of health and education services mag-i-improve po sa pagdating at pag-invest ng foreign investors sa mga either sa mga universities or other areas. So may flexibility na talagang ating gobyerno. So yung kinakabahan natin na utang na naman tayo, dadagdag ng buwis, ma-minimize po yon bilang sa suporta ng foreign investment. Maraming salamat
So, ang
po.
ibig po sabihin, Secretary Teves, mababawasan yung attitude na utang ng utang tayo o kung dagdag ng dagdag tayo ng buwis na Pilipino rin ang mahihirapan. Tama po ba?
Yes, tama po yan.
Yeah. Madam Chair, if I may again move to my last question addressed to Dr. Santos. You mentioned a very important word, flexibility. Can you mention to this august body how important is flexibility in relation to a country's progress?
Dr. Santos, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Honorable Member, Leader. Yes, flexibility is important, particularly in this context where we're discussing public utilities, higher education. Without flexibility, we cannot respond to changes in technology. We cannot respond to our rivals, should we say, or our neighbors who may change their policies to attract more investors. So it's always a race to try and improve and be better than your peers. So if you impose an absolute restriction or hard coded in the economic charter, it handicaps your economy from responding to the evolution of technology, and it hampers your ability to respond to the changing times, Your Honor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, maybe Mr. Dumdum and then Mr. Valdez can respond to my question on flexibility in relation to our country's progress.
Yes, Mr. Dumdum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, flexibility is absolutely important. We know that the way technology changes or advances renders a lot of older things obsolete. So, we no longer have telegraphs, telegrams. Okay, yes, there's the app called Telegram, but I'm talking about the original Telegram. Nobody uses that anymore. Pagers, no one uses that anymore. Fax machines, I don't think anyone's still using fax machines anymore. There are certain things that used to exist before, which actually aren't being used anymore in this day and age. If we had hard-coded companies that specialize this in the Constitution, or we specified things like if in the let's say the U.S. Constitution said before that mail that should be sent from the president to members of Congress should be sent via Pony Express. If that was written in the Constitution of the U.S., that would really be totally obsolete. It's a good thing that things like this are not written in stone. But in the case of the Philippines, we have done so with our equity restrictions, and that has crippled us, or it made it harder for us. I just wanted to add this, I guess, an analogy. There are countries, very powerful countries, that when they try to punish other countries that do not do as they want them to do, they do what they call trade sanctions or investment sanctions. So other countries or friends to that powerful country cannot trade or do investments in that country. We have done that to ourselves by doing 60-40 and other restrictions, because we are basically crippling ourselves in the same way that it's as if we set up our own trade and investment sanctions. So para tayong sinabotahin natin ang sarili natin. I think that kind of action should not be done anymore. We should put a stop to it. Yun lang po. Thank you very much, Your Honor and Madam Chair.
Yes. Mr. Valdez would like to add.
On the question on flexibility, I believe that yes, indeed, we should be flexible in practice. But also at the same time, we should be firm in our principles. So kung babalikan natin ang mga prinsipyo natin, ang edukasyon ay isang karapatan. Entitlement that is not conditional. At ngayon, sa karapatan natin sa edukasyon, taliwas siya sa paano ba gumagana ang private schooling. Dahil nga private siya, may kapalit siyang pera. So let us give the benefit of the doubt na may papasok na private capital or foreign capital. What good is it para sa mamamayang Pilipino? Ang dagdag na mga classrooms, dagdag na mga teachers, dagdag na mga books kung hindi niya naman abot kaya? Dahil kung babalikan natin, ang tuition fee average sa college ay around 150K. At ngayon, kung gusto natin papasukin ay mga foreign schools, mga kilala, what more? Doble, triple? Eh kung ngayon pa lang hindi na nga abot kaya ng normal na mamamayang Pilipino, ang average ng domestic private schools, what more foreign? So, yes, we should be flexible. Pero kung ito ay babali sa prinsipyo natin, we should avoid it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, my last question to Yusek Revsi Escobedo. Is flexibility synonymous to total surrender?
No, Madam Chair.
So Madam Chair, in closing, flexibility po ang hinihingi ng RBH 7. Ang hinihingi ng mga sponsors ng batas na ito sa pagkakaintindi ko ay huwag tayo ilagay sa isang kahon na hindi ka makagalaw. Akin to science, bilang isang doktor, nagkaroon po ng pagkakataon na hindi kami binigyan ng flexibility. Kung saan bilang doktor, kapag dumating ang pasyente, ito ang dapat mo gawin. Pag may headache, CT scan ka agad. Kaya pag may lagnat, ito yung mga laboratories na gagawin. Ano ang nangyayari? Kaming mga doktor ay napipilitan gawin lahat yon even if these were unnecessary but costly tests. Simply because ayaw naming kasuhan kami dahil kinahon, isinabatas, nilagay sa regulations na dapat ito ang gawin mo. And this is what is happening to our country, Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, distinguished resource persons, sa pagkaintindi ko sa ating mga sponsors. Ang layunin ng panukalang batas na ito ay buksan ang ating pintuan para kapag may problema or may panibagong solusyon, aksyon agad ang gobyerno. Hindi sinasabi dito na isurrender mo ang Pilipinas. Ang sinasabi dito ay alagaan mo ang Pilipinas at tugunan mo ang mga problema sang-ayon sa ano ang nararapat. Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, we cannot remain an island. While the Philippines is for the Filipinos are worth serving for, we are worth dying for, but we also owe it to our children and our children's grandchildren that they be given the opportunity for a better future. At bilang isang nanay, ang sasabihin ko sa buwan ng Marso, abanse babayi, abanse Pilipinas, buksan ang Pilipinas para sa nararapat sa bawat Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Floor Leader.
Madam Chair, as manifested last night before we suspended our deliberation, we were supposed to, at 1 o'clock, we were supposed to stop to terminate the period of interpellation and would have attempted to approve the RBH 7 as well as the subsequent committee report. But it's already 1:36, Madam Chair, and there are listed 6 interpellators. So in order to allow our members who have registered as last interpellators for the day, may I request that there are about 6 more interpellators, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. Can we limit the time of each of the members who were interpellate, including the answer of the resource speaker, to a continuing 10 minutes? 10 minutes, so each remaining interpellator will given 10 minutes, including her time or his time and the answer of the resource speaker. And may request likewise the resource speaker in answering the questions to be brief with their answer so that we can accommodate all the members who have remained listed as interpellators. By that time, Madam Speaker, if we have still a remaining interpellators and we have
already come to the conclusion that we have to terminate the period of interpretation, we will make that concomitant motion, Madam Speaker. And in this regard, Madam Speaker, next to interpolate for her 10 minutes, 10 minutes, including the answer of the resource speaker, may I move that we recognize the party list representative from ACT Teachers, the Honorable Franz Castro.
Honorable Franz Castro.
Thank
The
you.
chair would like to recognize the Honorable Franz Castro. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is directed to NEDA. So may I request, Mr. Chair, na kung sino lang po yung speaker, kung sino lang po yung speaker na tinatanong ng representation. Ayun lang po kasi nagbago tayo ng rule, 10 minutes, including their answer. Okay, so sa NEDA po, Mr. Speaker, are you familiar, Mr. Speaker, with the Okta Research Group survey that shows that 75% of the Filipinos are dissatisfied with the government efforts to manage inflation, that is 46%, with reducing poverty, 31%, with job creation, and with ensuring food security, 32%. So, ang sinagot po ng NEDA dito, instead of baguhin yung policy, kasi ang policy talaga natin, parang ang sagot talaga sa kahirapan, ang sagot sa mga problema natin ay yung foreign direct investment. Parang yan talaga yung parang nakikita ko sa mga discussion, Mr. Chair, na parang yung pagpasok po ng direct investment sa atin, kaya nga gusto natin buksan ang ekonomiya natin because of this. Okay, so ang sagot po ng NEDA Secretary, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, ay the administration still insists on attracting more foreign investments as a policy. Okay, so sinasabi dito, to improve the economy's competitiveness and create more and high quality jobs. Okay, so ito daw yung makakatulong, yung ating mga investments, etc. Okay, so hanggang ngayon po ba, yan pa rin ang policy natin sa NEDA po, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Yes, naniniwala po kami na kailangan two-pronged ang approach. So one is kailangan talagang improve yung employability. The other is improve ang productivity ng mga sektor. And for this, talaga ang kailangan mo ay investments. Yung
Okay.
tamang investments.
So yung dun sa economic, sa sinabi nito, no, the government, pero sa akin naman, sabi ko naman, for so many years na bukas na po yung ating ekonomiya, at ganito pa rin po ang sitwasyon ng ating mga mamamayan. Karamihan pa rin po ay may hirap, hindi makakain. Swerte na lang siguro po yung mga nandito, yung mga kasama kong colleagues na nakapag-aral sa abroad, may mga opportunity sila. Pero kagaya ng sinabi ng isang magsasaka kahapon, si Kadaning, parang hindi naman nila kailangan yung ganitong charter change na pinag-uusapan yung restrictiveness or whatever. Ang mahalaga sa atang mga mamamayan ngayon ay yung sikmura, yung nararanasan nating inflation. Katulad niyan, yung bigas. For how many years? Siguro decade, we have the highest inflation in rice according to PSA, 26%. So sa pinag-uusapan nating pagbubukas ng ekonomiya, but of course, di ba, yung bakit ba tayo nagkaroon ng inflation ng ganito sa rice? Dahil binuksan din natin yung ating importation ng rice. At sinasabi ngayon na parang langis na ngayon ang bigas. Nakasunod siya sa market price. So darating siguro yung panahon, 100 pesos na per kilo ng rice at wag naman, marami na talagang magugutom. So hindi ba tayo dapat na magbago ng policy kung ano yan, kung two-prong na sinasabi natin. Pero bakit masyado nating pinapahalagahan? I mean, bakit parang masyadong tayong obsessed doon sa FDI? Kasi sabi mo, paunlarin natin yung ating production, paunlarin natin yung ating, kung meron ba tayong national industrialization, nagsara na nga yung steel, yung nagsara na nga yung mga mahalagang, may mga garments tayo, etc., nagsara na nga. So yun yung dapat na pagtuunan ng pansin, hindi yung pag-open. Kasi alam naman natin, investments, foreign investments, come and go. Pag kumita na sila, aalis na sila. Pag tingin nila hindi sila kikita, aalis din sila. Pero matitira, dito pa rin yung Pilipino. Kaya yung approach natin, doon sa ekonomiya natin, dapat mas pagtuunan natin yung production. Tama po ba ako?
Yeah, if I may answer. Yung siguro po meron tayong kaibahan ng yung interpretation niyo po ng importation na ito yung pagbubukas. Ang sinasabi po namin ay investments
Well,
na papasok
kasama
dito.
po yun. Kasama yan sa ekonomiya. Policy yan
Hindi
sa
po,
ekonomiya
yung
natin,
investments
Mr.
po,
Chair.
yung investments po, sila po magdadala ng trabaho dito. Tapos, apart
Yes,
from the,
pero
apart from the
bahagi din
trabaho,
po yan ng sinasabi natin.
Excuse me.
Part ng policy
Can
po
we have
ng ekonomiya.
one person speaking at a time? Representative Castro, please with your query.
Well, sinasabi ko lang po,
After
Mr.
which
Chair,
the resource persons will respond.
holistic nga po, 'di ba, yung ekonomiya natin, investment, yung mga policy natin sa economics or sa economy, sa lahat, 'di ba? At even the agriculture kasama yan sa ekonomiya natin, sa mga policy. Tinatanong ko kanina, hindi ba magbabago ng policy ang NEDA as regards to doon sa ano yung pinoproblema ng ating mga mamamayan ngayon, yung dissatisfaction nila sa Marcos administration ngayon.
The representative from NEDA, you may respond.
yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Your Honor. Yung kanina nga po na sinasabi ko, yung investments po, sila po kasi magdadala dito ng trabaho at sila rin ang magdadala ng teknolohiya. Tapos yung sinabi nyo kanina na matagal na tayong bukas, actually kaya nga po tayo nag-uusap ng ganito dito kasi marami po tayong sektor talaga na na
Sarado.
hindi bukas.
Okay.
At yun ang nakikita namin na nagiging balakid kaya hindi tayo nakakapag-attract ng mga tinatawag namin na high quality investments or yung investments na magdadala talaga ng kailangan natin na needed na high quality jobs para magkaroon din po ng opportunity lalong-lalo na yung mga napipilitan tuloy mag-abroad no kasi walang opportunity dito. So, yun po.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, can I continue?
Please proceed, Representative Castro.
So, tama naman siguro yung approach, no? Pero masyado lang tayong obsessed sa foreign direct investments na mula nung panahon ng Marcos Senior Administration ay bukas na yan. So mamaya tatanungin ko, no? Ilang porsyento na lang ba? Mamaya tatanungin ko tungkol sa economy natin, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. Tanungin ko muna dito yung representante ng magsasaka, ang ating former colleague, former representative Kabatbat. So, ano ba tingin ninyo yung role ninyo dito sa pinag-uusapan natin na pagbubukas ng sinasabi nating tatlong provision, particular siguro kung mag-aano ka nung halimbawa kasi pinag-usapan na rin yung land ownership dito sa mga nakalipas na mga interpellator. So, ano tingin ninyo, Mr. Speaker, sa ating dating colleague, former Representative Kabatbat?
Yes, Mr. Chair. First of all, I admire and respect the opinion of Honorable Castro. And it's valid, yung mga sinabi po ni Congresswoman Castro. But I maintain my support for the amendment. And para sa akin po, para mapabilis na lang, no, ang gusto ng mga nagpo-propose nito ay parang yung pangarap nila na maging katulad ng Singapore. Tama, napaunlarin natin yung bansa natin katulad ng Singapore, pero wag nating tularan lahat. Dahil sa Singapore, tama, na maraming maunlad na aspeto doon, pero wala silang sariling pagkain. Kaya habang itinutulak natin na umasenso ang bansa natin katulad ng Singapore, wag na wag po natin kakalimutan yung pag-asenso ng mga magsasaka natin. Katulad po sa Boracay, noong wala pang development dyan, tama, wala pang mga masyadong trabaho, wala pang mataas na ekonomiya, pero mababa pa ang presyo ng bilihin. Nung umunlad na ang Boracay, marami nang nagkaroon ng trabaho, gumanda ekonomiya. Ang problema, tumataas din ang presyo ng bilihin. Ganon din ngayon ang nangyayari sa Coron. Nag-i-improve na ang ekonomiya. Dumadami ang may trabaho. Kaya lang, tumataas na rin ang presyo ng bilihin.
Okay.
So ito po, parang ganito po.
Okay, so ang punto ko lang po, Mr. Chair, yung role ng agriculture, modern agriculture, doon sa national industrialization natin. Dahil hindi tayo pwedeng manatili na nangangayupapa or nag-o-obsess doon sa foreign direct investments. Kaya lahat ibukas na natin. Tanungin ko po ang NEDA, gaano na lang ba kalaki o gaano na lang ba kaliit ng part ng ekonomiya natin ang hindi pa bukas or sarado? So gaano na ba tayo? Ilang porsyento pa ba nung ating nung ating ekonomiya ang sarado pa? Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
That will be the last question of Representative
Can I have extension, Mr.
no.
Chair?
As agreed.
Kasi once lang din naman ako nagtanong. Kahapon di rin naman ako nagtanong. Baka
Okay,
pwede
one more-
ma-extend. Kasi
one
yung
more
ating
question
mga
after this,
colleagues,
Floor Leader.
pinayagan natin 1 oras sila.
Yes.
With the
Another question. Yes, please proceed with the response.
Yes, thank you. In terms of percentage, hindi po namin masasabi yung tunay na, I mean, the exact percentage, no? Ang masasabi po namin
Well,
yung mga sektor.
I don't accept that answer.
Yeah,
Kasi
yung
po ang
pong-
pinag-uusapan natin
Yeah.
dito ay yung
Representative
restrictiveness
Castro, can
at
we allow
pagbubukas ng
the resource
ekonomiya.
person to finish her statement
So,
first?
kailangan ko pong malaman sa DNEDA, Mr. Chair, or kung meron po ang DOF na sagot, gaano na lang ba yung pinag-uusapan nating part ng ekonomiya natin na sarado pa? Ilang porsyento na lang po?
The
Madidetermine
representative
ba
from
natin?
NEDA.
Yes, sir, no? Kaya ang sinasabi nga namin, ang kailangan natin buksan is the education, the advertising, tapos yun din pong sa public utilities.
Ilang percent na po ito?
Ay, constrained po ang ating percentage kasi nga po sarado eh.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, with the
Eto.
indulgence of the
Floor Leader.
with the indulgence of the Honorable Castro, her time has already expired. And for this purpose, I move that we recognize the Honorable Kimbo for her
Mr.
10 minutes.
Chair, Mr. Chair, I feel it is unfair. Kanina kasi, kaya nga nagsabi ako kanina eh. At the middle of the interpellations po, binabago niyo yung rules.
Anyway, Floor
Tapos
Leader,
pagdating namin sa
Representative Castro, the
minority,
chair will allow you another follow-up question. Please proceed with your follow-up question. Then the chair will recognize who's next. After Representative Castro, the next interpellator will be Representative Kimbo. Hearing is suspended. Hearing is resumed. Floor Leader.
I move that
Point
we
of-
recognize the Honorable Kimbo.
point of clarification na lang, Mr. Chair.
The chair would like to recognize Representative Kimbo. You have 10 minutes. Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, I beg to
Representative
disagree with
Castro
the
will give
decision.
Representative Kimbo her 10 minutes. Please proceed. 10 minutes.
I object,
Representative
Mr.
Kimbo.
Chair. Hindi pa nasasagot yung last na ko at magbibigay pa ako ng last manifestation. If may I have at least 2 minutes
The floor
po
leader has
doon
made
po
the
sa,
motion
Mr.
to
Chair.
recognize. The chair now recognizes Representative Kimbo for her 10 minutes of her time. We'll give you your time later. Floor Leader, Representative Kimbo, 10 minutes. Floor Leader.
I have a pending motion to
That's why the
because
chair
we have allotted the remaining time for the members who have registered uh, their time to interpolate. The worst that can happen, Mr. Speaker, if we will allow without limit, then by the time that we will move for the termination of the period of interpretation, there will be some members who are still listed to interpret will no longer be able to be recognized for their interpretation. That's why we are allotting time to them so that the remaining six interpreters will be given at least 10 minutes time anyway, by this time naman, Mr. Speaker, they're already doing their second round.
The chair recognizes Representative Kimbo. Please proceed. You have 10 minutes.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. This is for Dr. Santos. Kanina po nabanggit ninyo na mga kritiko ng Ikonchacha ay baka nagkakamali doon sa sinasabi nila na dapat unahin na tugunan muna ang mga problema tulad ng korupsyon or mataas na presyo ng kuryente sa halip na mag-Ikonchacha. Dahil ang sinasabi ninyo, baka may sample selection na ibig sabihin, baka dahil ang tinatanong ninyo ng mga negosyante ay nandito na sa bansa. So hindi nila hinaharap ang problema ng restrictions. Tama po?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
So I'm wondering if perhaps the other reason is that this often cited statistic, which is from the WEF, and please put up the slide, Secretariat. I'm not sure if you've seen this. This is an off-cited statistic. Ito yung most common. It's the most problematic factors for doing business. Can you please stop the time kasi yung Secretariat ay nahihirapan na put up yung slide.
The slide. The chair would like to remind the other interpelators next on the list to kindly furnish the Secretariat with your presentation, which you wish that is to be shown on our LED screen.
No, it's not that one. Okay, Mr. Chair, dahil mukhang nahihirapan, i-describe ko na lang po. It's the most problematic factors for doing business, and it's there's 16 factors. Inefficient government bureaucracy, supply of infrastructure, corruption, etc. So, have you seen this, Dr. Santos?
How do I see this?
Have you seen that statistic?
If you're referring to the World Economic
Yes.
Forum, yes, roughly
Yes.
speaking, yes.
So, that's probably the reason for why yun ang laging sinasabi, na unahin na lang ang corruption dahil hindi naman nakalista doon yung restrictive constitutional provision. Tama ba? Ang narinig, ang
You were not wrong in that.
yes.
regard.
So, do you know that the way that statistic is collected is that the WEF Executive Opinion Survey uses an instrument, uses a questionnaire, and in that questionnaire, they list only 16 factors. Yun po. At dyan sa 16 na yan, ay obviously hindi naka-indicate ang salitang restrictive constitutional provision. So the respondents are asked to choose only the top 5 of those 16 factors. And so that's probably the reason for why hindi talaga lalabas ang salitang restrictive constitutional provisions.
Yes,
And,
Miss.
and so, kaya kung binabanggit yan, kasi lagi yan binabanggit ng mga kritiko ng e-conchacha, sinasabi nila, wala naman sinasabi na problema ang restrictive constitutional provision. So bakit natin kailangan tugunan? So ang tingin kong sagot dyan is because it's never asked that way. Bakit? Dahil sa buong mundo, ang Pilipinas lang talaga ang naglalagay ng economic policy sa Constitution. Dito sa ASEAN, in fact, I believe it's only the Philippines and Thailand, particularly for newspapers. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
So anyway, I have 2 more minutes. I'd like to ask our student representative. You are currently enrolled, tama? Yes.
Are you referring to Miguel Valdez? po
Yes.
ba? Yes po, student from UP Diliman po.
Okay. Hypothetical question lang. If you were offered a scholarship, let's say to Harvard today, would you accept it?
I wouldn't because this is subjective because ang one ko po ay maging teacher and I believe yung educational practices na lapat sa mga gusto kong pagturuan ay makukuha ko dito.
So
Para
kahit-
mga galing sa mga teacher ng mga Pilipino ay doon ko matutunan paano maging teacher para sa mga Pilipino.
So, hindi ka naniniwala na by going to Harvard ay you will be exposed to teaching methods. You will have access to a lot of teaching resources na wala dito. You will be able to meet students from all over the world, faculty from different departments, and yan ay mauuwi mo dito, and that will make you an even better teacher?
I believe we already have that here in the Philippines in that may kita natin sa mga international rankings, albeit UP does suffer budget cuts every now and then. Mataas pa rin yung ranking niya and kasama doon ang College of Education ng UP Diliman wherein actually it hosts and participates in different international programs, journals, conferences, so on and so forth. So I believe na
Yes,
ang mga
Mr.
quality
Chair,
education ay
Mr.
nasa
Chair,
Pilipinas
since
naman kapag
kumakain na siya sa
napopondohan.
aking oras, gusto ko lang banggitin na ang ating top 3 universities, UP Ateneo, LaSalle, ay talagang mababa sa world rankings kahit na ikumpara mo sa halimbawa 2 Vietnam universities like RMIT and Curtin, and those are universities that have foreign partners. Okay, so para lang for your information, sir. My next question is for particularly for our lawyers. What is the immediate legal effect of RBH 7? Attorney Tony Abad.
The immediate effect is that the Congress can immediately begin deliberations or drafting of
Yes.
laws to implement.
So, but immediately, what would be the effect?
There'll probably be a positive view, I mean, from the
Yes,
investing
but
community.
legally speaking,
Sorry?
legally speaking,
Legally speaking, it just permits, it allows for this legislation.
nothing, right?
But yeah,
It's
nothing.
status quo, except for tertiary education, which allows the immediate, which immediately lifts the restrictions on ownership for educational institutions. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what about for control and administration of tertiary education? May we ask Attorney Estrada, what is your view on this?
Yeah, thank you. It will only affect yung pong establishment, meaning investment po ng foreign investors to sa educational corporation, but it will not immediately affect the operation Yung pong nakalagay din dun sa proposal under RBH, the control and administration will be vested in Filipino citizens unless otherwise provided by law. So it will
So you
remain
believe it
with
still
Filipino citizens. Opo.
rests with Filipino citizens? That's your interpretation.
Yes po, based po dun sa RBH 7.
Does anybody in the group have a contrary opinion? Okay, mukhang wala. All right, thank you. So earlier, there was mukha naman lumalabas na there is clear premium on flexibility versus specificity. And I would just like to add that the reason for why mas gusto natin ang flexible compared to specific is that, as we can all see, it is very, very difficult to correct something that is wrong. It's been 37 years, hirap na hirap pa rin tayong i-correct ang sa tingin natin na mali. So kung babaguhin natin at naging successful tayo sa pagbago noon, kung mali ang 60-40, ginawa nating 55-45 at ginawa natin specific, baka abutin na naman tayo ng 100 taon para baguhin yan. So ang pinakamaganda talaga is to remain flexible. And the way to do that is to take away economic policy making away from the Constitution and to put it in the correct place, which is in legislation. The right place is Congress. For EDCOM 2, paulit-ulit na sinasabi na mababa ang spending on education. What is your take on this? So, ang appropriations for 2023, 894.2 billion. That's just public spending. Tama? Ang private spending is about the same amount. Pag dinagdag natin yan, ang total spending on education is 1.7 trillion pesos. That's 6.7% of the budget. That's way more than the UNESCO standard. So, ano ang pagtingin ng EDCOM dun sa sinasabi na mababa ang spending?
Well, this is unconstitutional. And yung pong sa pag-assign ng highest budgetary allocation, we comply with that. But compared to other ASEAN countries, we are way behind the norm, which is 6% of GDP. And many studies po that we have encountered that the amount that we spend on education also equates to more quality.
Salamat po,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Representative Gimbo.
At this
Your
point,
time is up. Floor leader.
At this point, Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize the APEC party list representative, the Honorable Sergio Dagaok, for his interpellation.
The chair would like to recognize Representative Sergio Dagoc.
Thank you,
You
Mr.
have the floor,
Chair.
please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. May I ask Nida, yung bang economic policy natin sa past administration, tinuloy lang natin ngayon sa present administration?
Hindi po.
Hindi. So, Mr. Chair, we are amending the allegedly restrictive provisions of our Constitution. Pero nilagyan lang natin ng unless otherwise provided by law in the guise of flexibility. Could this flexibility not create uncertainties? Tingnan mo yung present ni Representative Estela, 7.9% po yung contribution ng factor sa policy instability. Ngayon, tingnan mo yung ginawa ng NIDA, hindi niya tinuloy yung policy direction ni previous administration. So kung every 3 years, nagpapalit tayo dito sa Kongreso ng tao, every 6 years, nagpapalit tayo ng presidente, ay nagpapalit tayo ng senador every 6 years, at iba-iba po yung pananaw nila. Baka po magkaroon ng pananaw yung ating mga investors na, uy, baka magbabago yung ano. So, the logic behind this line of questioning, Mr. Chair, is baka po hindi lang ganon kasimple ang gawin nating proposed amendment. Baka po mayroon tayong other phrases or provisions na ilagay dyan na hindi magkaroon ng cloud of doubt yung mga investors natin na baka maya-maya aamindahan yung halimbawa ngayon, we will pass a law na 90-10, 10% lang yung Pilipino para ma-retain lang yung ownership niya being a Filipino, yung lupa niya. O sige, 90%, maya-maya aamindahan natin. And this is happening. I am in the power industry, Mr. Chair, no? Nakikita ko na yung 2 years na permitting natin sa pagtatayo ng mga planta, ginugugol natin sa permitting, 2 years. And that adds, no, the cost of putting up the power plant, which is later on to be recovered in a generation component of our rate. Dahil po napaka iba-iba yung pinapasa na local ordinance sa iba-ibang mga local government unit. So, hindi po malayo, Mr. Chair, na mangyari dito sa Kongreso na maya-maya, 6 years, aamindahan yung batas, 7 years. Kung yung investment na yan ay, ang recovery period niya ay 20 years. Ano po mangyari doon? Tax rate, halimbawa, babaguhin natin after nakaput up yung investor, yung recovery period, return of investment niya, 25 years. Then after 10 years, babaguhin natin yung tax rates. So, those are, I am not an investor. Wala po akong pera. But, I have apprehensions na magkaroon nga ng policy instability kung wala tayong ilagay dyan sa provision na safety nets na hindi magkaroon ng abuse, no? I'm not saying na abusuhin ng legislative body natin, but hypothetically, pwedeng mangyari yon because this is a political body. So, lastly, Mr. Chair, narinig ko kanina si Dr. Santos, sinabi niya na baka i-open up natin yung grid, no? As a public utility, yung grid at saka distribution. I would just like to remind Dr. Santos na kindly do not make recommendations if you have no empirical study, especially the power sector is very technical. Hindi mo na kailangan akong sagutin. Magbigay lang ako ng input sa iyo because I know you are not a technical person. But the grid operation and the distribution operation in the power industry is very technical. Sa distribution tayo, noong 1960, ang may ilaw lang, Manila, Cebu, yung mga malalaking siyudad natin. Bakit walang ilaw sa probinsya? Yung pinanggalingan ni Secretary Tibes, yung Negros, for example, walang ilaw yung mga liblib na lugar. Dahil yung Meralco, ayaw nilang mag-extend doon dahil napakamahal ng linya, kukunti yung consumer density is the issue. Ngayon, kung papasukin mo yan ng foreign investor, pipiliin lang nila yung mga laking syudad. Sino po ngayon ang magsiserve sa mga parplang areas na siniserve ngayon? Kaya President Marcos created the national electrification para magkaroon ng kuryente yung mga kanayunan to for economic development. Kaya pag-aralan nating mabuti yung history natin sa kuryente natin, baka mamaya ang matitira na isi-serve ng mga electric cooperative in this case, which was created by President Marcos, para walang pinipili, kahit unviable, kahit malayo na mga sityo, we still have 42,000 sityos na unelectrified. Papasok pa doon yung mga foreign investors? Hindi. So kung yun na lang ang matitira at papasokan natin yung mga malalaking siyudad na nagsusubsidize sa rate ng mga parplang, ay economy of scale will tell you na yung mga bayan na yon aabot ng 50 pesos per kilowatt hour. Pero yung mga sentro, baka 5 pesos nga lang. Totoo yun. So, kaya hindi to basta-basta pag-aralan natin maigi. Grid, we are an archipelagic country. Imagine, kaya nga yung IPERA envision na isang grid na tayo, interconnect yung Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, para kung may excess sa Mindanao, ipapasa mo sa Luzon, vice versa. Ngayon, kung iba yung grid operator sa Luzon, iba yung grid operator sa Mindanao, iba yung grid operator sa Visayas, papayag kaya yung grid operator na yan? Ay kung may brownout kung magkaroon ng failure yung grid sa Visayas, panay. Eh, kailangan mo pang kausapin yung grid operator sa Mindanao na, pwede ba padaanin namin yung kuryente dyan? So, those are the nitty-gritty. Kailangan nating pag-aralan bago tayo lulokso doon sa mga konklusyon na yon, because the power industry is very technical in nature. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko natatapusin yung 10 minutes.
Thank you, Representative Dagot.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recognize the Honorable
Leader.
Lawrence Defensor from the 3rd District of Iloilo. Honorable Lawrence Defensor, Mr. Chair.
The chair would like to recognize Representative Lawrence Nonoy Defensor of the province of Iloilo. You have the floor. Please
Thank you,
proceed
Chairman.
with your interpellation. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to address my questions to Attorney Abad. Attorney Abad, please help me address or allay the fears and distrust in the amendment process. Para po maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan sa simple at malinaw na paraan at maisantabi po natin ang pangamba nila sa pag-amyenda ng economic provisions. As a lawyer, Attorney Abad, may I know, alam niyo po ba kung sino ang mga sumulat ng 1987 Constitution?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, generally the members of the Constitutional Commission of 1986.
So it was a constitutional commission, not a CONCON,
That's
not
correct.
a constituent assembly composed of members of Congress,
That's correct.
and not through a people's initiative.
That's
It
correct.
was a
Fully
constitutional
appointed.
commission.
Yeah.
And that constitutional commission, in its report, the members of the constitutional commission were not elected, but rather appointed by President Corazon Aquino. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
I have been reading the journal and the minutes of the Constitutional Commission, and they approved the draft constitution, and it was approved by a majority of the voters in 1987. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
That's correct. So, in passing the 1987 Constitution, hindi po natin sinunod ang 1973 Constitution, which was in full force and effect during people power in 1986. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct. Let's go to the 1973 Constitution. Are you familiar with the case of Javeliana versus Executive Secretary, 50 SCRA, page 30?
Generally, Your Honor, it's a long time since I studied it.
According to Javeliana versus Executive Secretary, a leading case for the 1973 Constitution, inaprubahan po hindi ng sambayanang Pilipino sa paraan ng plebisito as required by the 1935 Constitution, kundi inaprubahan ang 1973 Constitution sa isang barangay assembly na pinili kung sino ang mga taong pwede bumoto at inuphold ng Supreme Court ang paraan ng pag-aproba ng 1973 Constitution. Tama po ba ako?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So in short, dalawang beses na po tayo sa ating bansa na hindi lang nag-amyenda ng konstitusyon, but we revised a constitution entirely. So we will have new constitutions, the 1973 Constitution and the 1987 Constitution. At inuphold ng Supreme Court ang 1973 Constitution at hindi naman kinestyon ng sambayanang Pilipino ang 1987 Constitution. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And right now, we are proposing to amend only 3 provisions of the 1987 Constitution in the hope that it will lift our economy. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Tama po ba akong sabihin na maliit po na bagay ang pag-amyenda ng 3 probisyon kesa pag-revise ng 2 buong konstitusyon na tinanggap naman ng sambayanang Pilipino? Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So it should be clear enough na ang pagpalit ng konstitusyon natin, 2 beses tayong nag-aproba ng buong bagong konstitusyon at tinanggap naman natin. At it has been 36 years that we've had this constitution, and it should allay the fears of the Filipinos na hindi natin babaguhin kung hindi 3 lamang na probisyon para magbago ang ating ekonomiya. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Abad. May I address my next question to former Senator Gringo Honasan? As a former elected official, payag po ba kayong bitawan ng Senado at ng Kongreso ang karapatan nating mag-regulate ng public utilities, advertising, at education sector kung maaprubahan ang ating amendments sa ating konstitusyon?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, sang-ayon po ako doon dahil yung kapangyarihan na yan ay nasa kamay po ng lehislatura.
Tama po. If we amend the economic provisions or the 3 economic provisions under the 1987, dapat malinaw po sa ating sambayanan na hindi po binitawan ng Senado at ng Kongreso ang karapatan natin to regulate and put the right safeguards in passing bills and laws para maitama po natin ang mga industriyang ito. Senator Honasan, also help me allay the fears and the distrust in this process of putting the phrase unless otherwise provided by law in the Constitution. Hindi po ba na kapag ilalagay natin sa kamay ng Kongreso at ng mga senador ang poder para mag-regulate at magsabi kung anong nararapat na pagmamay-ari ng mga dayuhan, hindi ba dapat paghamon ito sa sambayan ng Pilipino na bumoto sila ng mga tamang congressman at senador, honest, competent, and trustworthy members of Congress, at huwag nilang ibenta ang boto nila para ang mga nakaupong congressman at senador ay yung mga taong pinagkakatiwalaan nila at hindi yung mga pinagdududahan nila. Tama po ba?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. At tama rin po, sangayon ako dun sa sinabi ninyo, na ang kapangyarihan yan ay nasa kamay din ng taong bayan.
I could not agree with you more. So it must be clear na hindi lang po Kongreso ang involved sa pagpalit ng ating konstitusyon. Rather, it is a challenge to every Filipino to vote and to elect the right representatives and senators to take care of our economy, of our interests, and our Constitution. May I ask for the last 2 minutes, Attorney Joseph Estrada of EDCOM, please help give us a brief understanding of our formal education history. Am I correct to say na nagsimula ang ating educational system noong panahon ng Espanyol at ng mga Amerikano? Is that correct?
Tama po.
And the institutions put up by both the Spanish and the Americans are here until now, like the University of Santo Tomas, where we both graduated, by the Dominicans, Ateneo by the Jesuits, and the University of the Philippines, no less, which was founded by the American Occupational Government through Ratification Act number 1870 in 1908. Dito po nakasalalay ang ating educational system, pati po ang curriculum ng ating public educational system. Has it ever affected the nationalism of Filipinos dahil founded by the Spanish, by the Americans, ang ating mga educational system? As EDCOM, Do you believe that it has affected our nationalism?
It has not affected, Mr. Speaker,
And do
because
you
I'm sorry.
And do you agree with me that it's not the ownership, but rather it's the quality and the curriculum that's important in improving our education sector? Do you agree?
I agree, Mr. Speaker.
And do you also agree with me that once upon a time, we had the highest proficiency in English in all of Asia? Is that correct?
Correct.
And is it correct to say that in both the 2018 PISA and the 2022 PISA, isa tayo sa pinakakulelat sa English, mathematics, at science sa buong mundo? Is that correct? Yes or no?
That's correct.
Since the passage of the 1987 Constitution, do you agree with me that the quality of basic, secondary, and tertiary education in the Philippines has been regressing for the past 36 years?
That's the general observation po.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the 10 minutes that you have given me. I am honored to have asked questions to our resource persons. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Representative Lawrence R. Defensor.
Mr. Chairman, I now
Leader.
move that we recognize the Honorable Raul Daniel Manuel of Kabataan Party List.
The chair would like to recognize Representative Raul Manuel, Kabataan Party List. Please proceed with your interpellation. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to confirm sa NEDA, binanggit po kanina na kulang tayo ng domestic capital. Is that correct?
Tama po.
Mr. Chair, ano po ang long-term plan ng NEDA para ma-boost natin yung ating domestic capital aside from relying on the inflow of foreign direct investments?
Actually malaki ang naging malaki ang naging kabawasan dito. It really depends on also on the gross domestic savings natin. Na nakita namin na ang laki naging kabawasan during the time of the pandemic. Tinitingnan ko ang datos nga nasa
Mr.
10%
Chair, yung
na lang.
binabanggit po ay ano yung nangyari before. I'm asking, ano ang plan natin since na-recognize natin na problem din yung lack of domestic capital? What's the long-term plan para mapalaki po natin ang domestic capital?
Kailangan po talaga mapalaki natin yung growth, tapos mapalaki din natin yung productivity para noon magiging malaki yung savings.
Tapos from the savings, yun yung gagamitin ng pamahalaan?
Ganun naman po talaga. Yung savings becomes the investment capital.
Pero Mr. Chair, para magawa din yun, nag-hinge din ang ating economic managers sa pagdating ng foreign direct investment. So Mr. Chair, I don't see that is a long-term plan to really boost domestic capital without relying on foreign direct investments. Mr. Chair, ang dating sa akin ay still para bang wala tayong sariling kakayahan, Hindi natin sinasabing dapat walang pumasok na foreign direct investment, pero sa approach, Mr. Chair, recognize naman pala yung problem pero wala tayo talagang nilalatag na plano para doon. Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask sa Institute for Nationalist Studies kasi kanina nag-present about education. How about on advertising? Ano ang posibleng effect ng economic chacha lalo sa ating mga small scale na digital advertisers?
So makikita naman natin na may significant growth naman yung advertising natin pero makikita naman din natin na medyo mas kupot siya sa sinasabi natin small. So makikita natin na yung banta ng foreign direct investments, foreign capital ay yun naman yung mode ng capital is to monopolize. Ay baka makain yung local nating mga industries.
How about since advertising part siya ng mass media and that also entails cultural transmission. So ano din ang effect ng economic chacha doon?
So makita naman natin mass media and advertising, essentially management siya of consumer needs through the means of cultural transmission or transformation. So kung pagpapapasok tayo ng foreign direct investments, syempre ang interest niya ay mga foreign corporations or from their own countries. At ngayon titignan natin, edi ang mga gusto niyang ipasok na goods sa atin ay import. Eh kung titignan naman natin yung trade deficit ng Pilipinas, palaki siya ng palaki. So may mode dapat tayo na iwasan yung import-dependent na consumer-based activities ng ating economy.
Okay, Mr. Chair, some points na lang din based sa mga narinig natin sa ating deliberation so far. Mr. Chair, meron pong mga thoughts na while we recognize corruption is a problem, pero para bang hindi din yun masusolusyonan since human nature siya. Mr. Chair, tingin natin napaka-defeatist naman ng ganong tipo ng mentality. Mr. Chair, that does not take into account na may mga kababayan naman talaga tayo na merong high standards when it comes to corruption. Halimbawa, yung mga ordinaryong manggagawa natin na kahit nagsisipag, kahit na tapat sa kanilang trabaho, kahit ano pong gawin nilang mabuti, hindi sila nabibigyan ng sapat na sahod. Also, Mr. Chair, I know of many young professionals, ng ilan pa, mga classmate ko pa, while sobrang makabayan po sila, sobrang nationalistic po sila, they finished public education from grade school up to college level. Pero Mr. Chair, hindi po nila maatim ang korupsyon sa loob ng gobyerno. Kaya Mr. Chair, pinipili na lang nila magtrabaho sa private o di kaya eventually mag-abroad. At nalulungkot ako Mr. Chair to bid goodbye to them dahil we left them with no better options dito sa ating bansa with the mentality that corruption is unsolvable. And Mr. Chair, while we have lively debates on economic chacha in this August body, pero walang similar lively debates on how to stamp out corruption in government, ano ang posibleng mangyari, Mr. Chair? We want to attract foreign direct investments and we want to create a larger pool of capital. Ibig sabihin, mas maraming pwedeng kontratang pag-uusapan sa gobyerno at different levels. These contracts will be up for grabs para sa mga pwedeng maging corrupt na mga local entities dito sa atin, Mr. Chair. And ibig sabihin, that would create additional avenues pa for corruption. Now, another point, Mr. Chair, kasi part din ng assumptions, wala tayong sariling technological capacity, hindi natin kaya yung research and development, ang tayo lang. Mr. Chair, tingin po natin para itong insulto sa ating mga Pilipinong magagaling, mga kabataan natin na mahuhusay, products ng hindi lamang na mga science high schools natin, pero kahit yung mga ibang institutions natin na hindi din natin talaga binibigyan ng sapat na suporta. Dagdag din, Mr. Chair, often said, we must listen to those who want to invest coming from other countries. Dahil sinasite nila yung konstitusyon para hindi sila makapag-invest. Mr. Chair, pero kahapon nga, I'd like to reiterate, when we asked DTI dun sa advertising, one of the three contents ng ating RBH 7, wala naman silang mabanggit ng mga companies na nagsasabing they're willing to enter pero ang sinasite nila ay itong konstitusyon natin, wala namang ma-present na aktual na listahan dito sa ating komite. And while one of the resource persons earlier acknowledged na merong mga sectors na may monopoly, no? Pero paano ba natin mabe-break yung mga monopoly? Kapag ganun na yung problem sa economic system, hindi po ba natutunan ko rin sa basic economics, di ba dapat yung gobyerno siya yung nagsi-step in, Mr. Chair? Dapat yung gobyerno mag-step up and make the best use of the national budget. No? Paano gagamitin natin ang pondo ng bayan to build and boost our own industries? Kesa nandyan yung monopolies, magpapapasok tayo ng malalaking mga foreign companies, uneven yung playing field, baka mangyari mapalitan lang sino yung mga nasa monopolyo na iyon, Mr. Chair. Kaya before I wrap up, Mr. Chair, there's also this promise that economic chacha will create jobs para yung mga kabataan natin, hindi na mga ibang bansa. Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask sa Institute for Nationalist Studies, ano ba ang pagtingin ng mga foreign companies or ng global labor market sa labor force natin sa Pilipinas?
May kita naman natin ever since 1987 Constitution, pataas ng pataas yung inflow ng FDI dito. Pero may kita din naman natin na pababa din ng pababa yung employment but also din nagsastagnate yung real value ng minimum wage natin. So nakikita natin na pumapasok ang mga transnational corporations dito para pagkakitaan yung cheap labor at flexibility natin. So isa rin sa mga point dyan ay they come and go. So yung benefits ng employment natin na makukuha natin kapag mayroon dito ay nakabatay sa ano ba ang dictates ng international market. When there's a trend that comes in, papasok yung employment, pero when it sets out, mawawalan din yung employment. So volatile din.
So
Iyon.
kung ganun pala yung tingin nila sa labor force ng Pilipinas, meron din bang features sa ating educational system na nagtitiyak na we become feeders, no? Sa ano yung labor demand ng ganitong mga kumpanya?
Actually, most constitutions are preceded by an educational study wherein most educational studies would like to put into consideration sa magiging curriculum yung needs ng international labor market. So may kita natin through the progression ng mga curriculums, palaki ng palaki yung oras na ibinibigay sa para sa mga employability, tapos nababawasan as presented data kanina yung mga not-for-profit na subjects like AP and Filipino. Tapos may kita natin yan particularly sa K-12 kung saan nag-a-align yung education, yung employment outcomes, targeted employment outcomes sa labor needs ng international market. And kahit naman sa labor force survey, may kita natin na kalakhan ay cheap labor, elementary,
Okay,
occupation.
hearing that, Mr. Chair, since patapos na po yung oras ko, ibig sabihin, ang ating mga labor policies at ang ating education policies are still geared to make our young people market ready at hindi lang for the Philippine needs, pero export ready pa nga, Mr. Chair. Ibig sabihin, ang gusto natin, paano talaga gawing kaaya-aya para mag-abroad yung ating mga kabataan. Kaya Mr. Chair, tingin natin this economic cha-cha will not create quality jobs for Filipinos dito sa atin. It will not stop labor migration. Kaya Mr. Chair, parang binubudol kaming mga kabataan sa mga pangako nitong economic cha-cha. Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Salamat.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we
Yes, for leader.
recognize the Honorable Ed Selagman from the 1st District of Albay.
The chair would like to recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman. Please proceed with your interpellation. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me direct my first question to Attorney Abad. When the 1973 Constitution was ratified, we were under martial law. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And when the Supreme Court handed down the decision in Habiliana, it was a tragic capitulation of the Supreme Court to a strongman and upholding the legality of a mock plebiscite of raising of hands. We were under martial law. Is that correct?
It's correct that we were under martial law at the time they made the decision, Your Honor.
When the 1987 Constitution was ratified, there was no existing constitution because the 1970 Constitution was jettisoned after the EDSA People Power Revolution. And we were under a revolutionary government. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
But today, are we under martial law?
No, we are not, Your
Are
Honor.
we under a revolutionary government?
No, we are not, Your Honor.
That spells the difference between the ratification of the 1970 Constitution and the 1987 Constitution to what we are doing now. Because we are under a constitution which is existing and we have to follow the amendatory processes under the present constitution. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much have been said that if we remove or reduce the equity requirement of foreign investors, there will be job generation, transfer of technology, higher wages, skills development, lower cost of products and services, for consumer protection and welfare. Now, my question is, are these projections could either be empirical or speculative? But my question is, are there studies in the Philippines empirically justifying these bold uh, predictions or forecasts? My time is running, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Sikat?
May I offer some answer to your question? There are no direct evidence for the Philippines, but there is direct evidence that we can find for many countries around us. And it's also a direct evidence on issues tied up with the restrictiveness against relative use of ordinary legislation for most of these issues. I can say that the progress of many countries in economic development have been due to the fact that their parliaments, when they are democracies, have dealt with most of these issues as problems of ordinary legislative debate. There are few, I think, countries that are really restricted according to certain lines of restrictions in which they are found in the Constitution.
My time is running out because your answer would be debated against my time. Thank you,
Dr. Sikat.
Dr. Sikat. And what is important in the answer is, in the Philippines, there are no empirical studies to have this bold forecast justified. Let me go to my next question. I'm sorry I cannot entertain you because my time is running out. We have liberalized 2 times the retail trade in the Philippines. After liberalization for 2 times to induce the entry of foreign investors, may we know how many foreign investors have come in the retail trade? And what is the volume of capital investments in the Philippines with respect to the retail trade?
Mr. Chair, Yusek Rodolfo of DTI will answer the question.
Mr. Chair,
Yusek,
I'm
please proceed with your
Undersecretary.
response.
Thank you, sir. From the DTI perspective, sir, we can certainly provide the information, but just to also inform the body, there's already a big Japanese retail company, Nitori, that has set up its local office here and will be setting up also its facilities on retail trade, sir, similar to IKEA. So that's one big investment need that will materialize because of the Retail Trade Act amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. But I was asking for figures, the number of investors. Yes, I think the Honorable Tebes is raising his hand.
Yeah, Honorable Lagman, my dear colleague, we don't have the data now, but can we provide it to you as soon as possible?
Yes, we will await the
Thank
data.
you.
Thank you. Because that is relevant. Now, manufacturing is 100% free to the entry of foreign investors. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. But can you tell us how many foreign investors have come in to the manufacturing industry? I have the figures from the national, from the PSA, and it's rather unfortunate that there is a low entry of foreign investors in the manufacturing sector, despite the fact that there can be 100% foreign ownership and management in the manufacturing sector. My next question is, because my time is running out, what do foreign investors prepare? Flexibility or certainty? If there is no answer, then let me just answer my own question. I think when we say unless otherwise provided by law, we are referring to a contingent legislation which may come or may not, or may be sooner or later. And that puts our people who will participate in the plebiscite and the investors who are waiting in suspended animation. Now, my last point is that the Constitution is not a historical relic. Our Constitution is only 37 years old. To a human being, it is in its prime. A Constitution gives guidelines to the present and guideposts to the future. That is why we should be cautious and consensus in amending our Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Representative Lagman. Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, considering that the Honorable gentleman from Albay is the last interpellator, I move that we close the period of interpellation. So move.
There's a motion to close the period of interpellation. Any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Speaker,
Floor leader.
I move that we approve our resolution of both houses number 7. So move.
There's a motion to approve resolution of both houses number 7. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we direct our secretariat to prepare the committee report, and that
Sir Chair.
we will suspend for about 15 minutes to allow our secretariat.
Mr. Chair, objection. Yeah, Mr. Chair, may we be allowed to manifest why we object to the approval of the committee report?
Representative Manuel?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, there was a motion to approve the committee report, and I manifest that I object to the approval. So if I may be allowed to explain.
Your vote, your negative vote will be registered by the secretariat.
Yeah.
The chair will give you 1 minute for the explanation of your objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I object to the approval of the committee report since after hearing all the inputs of the resource persons and through the interpellations, we have seen that the basis for approval of the economic cha-cha through the 3 provisions is based on one belief. No? Actually, this can be considered as a dogma of some of our resource persons that there should be plainly competition para mapagbuti natin ang ating economy sa bansa. But this dogma rejects that there's an uneven playing field sa buong mundo at maging sa ating bansa, and the free market is not as free as we want it to be. And that is why the government must protect disadvantaged sectors in our economy. Hindi po dagdag gastos lang ang suporta sa small businesses, education, research and development, technological innovation, and other neglected aspects. Thank you, Mr. Chair. 1 minute.
Okay. Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, point of inquiry,
Floor
Mr.
leader.
Chair.
The chair would
Yes.
like to recognize Representative Brosas.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Point of inquiry lang, Mr. Chair. We will be given time to explain our vote later on the matter of after the approval of the committee report, right, Mr. Chair?
Actually, the chair was good and kind enough to allow the Honorable Manuel.
If you
If you'd like to explain your vote, I really do not know what your vote is. Perhaps the chair will also be kind enough for you to be
would
given 1
the
minute.
yes, would the distinguished representative from Gabriela party list wish to explain her vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a manifestation sana after the approval. Will there be a nominal voting, Mr. Chair, on this, on the approval of this particular measure?
It will be a vote of ayes and nays.
So after the ayes and nays, will I be able to explain again, Mr. Chair, or you're giving me this time
If
to
that is the
explain?
wish of the distinguished representative from Gabriela party list, the chair will permit her to do so.
Actually,
Explain
the
her
chair has
vote. But
already announced.
if you wish to do it now, I'll give you your time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll avail of my time right now. Baka mamaya magbago ulit yung rules, Mr. Chair.
No. It's not a matter of changing the rules. It's just that the chair has already announced the result of the voting, except that Representative Manuel was given 1 minute to explain. Now, if you want, if the lady from Gabriela would like to explain her vote, I suppose that the chair will also give her 1 minute.
Yes, Floor Leader. The chair would like to recognize Representative Brosas'
Yes, Mr. Chair.
ability
And
to explain her vote.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, will we be given the committee report?
Yes,
After.
the committee report, there was a motion requesting the Secretariat to prepare the committee report, and it will be distributed to all the members of the Committee of the Whole later.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, now I would like to manifest my position on this measure, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, sa atin, mahabang karanasan sa foreign direct investment, puro matatamis ngunit napapakong pangako ang mga sinasabing gagawin nito, mahal pa rin ang bilihin ngayon, serbisyo at utilities gaya ng kuryente at tubig. Dumapa pa nga, pati yung bigas ang mahal-mahal na. Dumapa pa nga kung hindi man na walang tuluyan ang mga lokal na industriya, pati na rin ang agricultural and manufacturing sectors. Pinapaalala ko lang po kung bakit halimbawa sa education ay hindi tayo pumayag na ilagay ang unless otherwise provided by law sa pamamagitan ng Constitutional Commission sa usapin ng edukasyon. Nakalagay po dito sa aking babasahin ang dahilan. At this point, we need to also emphasize the importance of the sentence, the Congress may however require increased Filipino equity participation in all education institutions in Article 14, Section 4.2. By including this sentence, the sense of the CONCOM is to prohibit Congress from passing any law that will expand foreign equity shares in equal institutions, in educational institutions, but allow legislators to increase Filipino shares in the future. At one point, constitutionalists even considered adding the sentence, the Congress shall reduce the foreign equity, so it will emphasize the importance of Philippine participation, that it could never be reduced, but we can reduce the foreign equity. So, dito po, Mr. Chair, sinasabi, this is not a clear indication, this is a clear indication that the CONCOM does not wish for Congress to meddle with the educational ownership provision of the Constitution. Sa advertising po, having read for the record the historical backdrop of Article 16, Section 11, number 2, no, which the RBH 7 is severely clashing with the sense of the Constitutional Commission in opening these provisions to legislative manipulation. Ito po yung sa usapin ng non-regulation of the advertising industry.
Representative Brosas, please wrap up your explanation.
Yes. The reason why a 30% foreign equity limit was placed on media and advertising is because of the argument that these industries are not capital intensive, but talent intensive. And according to the CONCOM debates, we shouldn't let our local talents be slaves to foreign bosses just because they have the capital to run a media company. Given the importance of media and advertising in supposedly upholding Filipino values, foreign equity limits were shoved to a minimum with 10% on TV, 20% on radio, and no possible ownership whatsoever on other forms of broadcast media. If passed, Chacha will twist the principle to grossly favor foreign interests. In effect, foreign entities will be allowed to own more than 30% in media and advertising, granting them more opportunities to lure our minds to be more consumerist, materialistic, to favor their products more than our own, and by consequence shove our sense of patriotism and love of country to the dustbins of history. Finally, Mr. Chair, this is not the first time that Congress has tried to open up our public utilities, educational institutions, and advertising industry to foreign ownership. While RBH number 7 does not directly delete the constitutional restrictions on foreign ownership, it transfers to Congress the power to do so through legislation, inserting the phrase unless otherwise provided by law in a constitutional restriction practically allows Congress to change the Constitution whenever it wants to.
Okay.
Last na lang, Mr. Chair. Mahaba ang record ng Congress no, sa pagpapasa at pag-uuna sa mga patakaran ng liberalisasyon, privatisasyon at regulasyon. Kaya kapag inaprubahan po ito, ang pangamba po natin dito, 100% ang foreign ownership talaga. Pagtitibayin at sesementohan lamang ng Chacha ang mga patakarang neoliberal at tatanggalin ng mga restriksyon para ganap na makapag-ari at lalong mandambong ang mga dayuhan, ang lupain at ekonomiya ng bansa. Wala pong pakanabang dito. Panay peligro lamang ang dulot ng Chacha dahil lalo nitong isasubo ang ating bansa sa mas matinding abuso, pagsasamantala at pandarambong. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Brosas, floor leader.
Mr. Chair, I will wait for the committee report before
Okay.
I will.
Mr. Chairman, just to state the parliamentary status of the RBH 7, a while ago, this representation, after terminating the period of interpellation, moved for the approval of RBH 7. And there was already a ruling of the chair that the same is approved, except that later on, the Honorable Manuel and Honorable Brosas were allowed to state for the record the reasons for voting against it. So, Mr. Chairman, may we ask that members who wish to be co-authors of resolution of both houses number 7 to submit their names to the Secretary General. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Noted by the chair, all those who wish to be authors of resolution of both houses number 7, please register with our secretariat.
I will now reiterate my previous motion, Mr. Chairman, that our secretariat, considering that RB 87 was already approved, to direct our secretariat to prepare the committee report for its distribution, which we will submit for approval by the committee of the whole upon resumption of our committee of the whole meeting. In the meantime, Mr. Chairman, we will committee report.
Floor Leader, we will still be meeting later as a committee of the whole to approve the committee report after its distribution
Yeah.
to all the members. So we
Correct.
would like to remind the members to be here later.
Before we resume our 4 o'clock session, we will, after excusing Mr. Chair and thanking all the resource persons who have been present in our deliberation, we will resume the committee of the whole and move for the approval of the committee report. And that will happen, Mr. Chairman, before we resume session at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, with that, Chairman, may I move that the Secretariat, I move for the previous question to authorize our Secretariat to prepare the committee report. So move.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. The chair would like to thank our resource persons who have been here for the last 6 days. This is a marathon hearing and we really appreciate the presence of our resource persons who have tirelessly devoted their time for coming here. And we would like to say that your insights will be very helpful to the members of the House of Representatives when we vote on the committee report of the Committee of the Whole later this afternoon. So sa inyo pong lahat, ating mga resource persons, maraming salamat po for on behalf sa ating mga representatives of the House of Representatives in the 19th Congress. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we suspend the deliberation of committee of the whole up to 3:15 in the afternoon.
The hearing of the Committee of the Whole is suspended